app that helps travelers plan, capture, and share their journeys. In this conversation, we'll cover how a passion for travel turned into a business, growing to 10 million users, and knowing when it's time to hand over as a CEO. Welcome to Start to Scale, the podcast where we explore the journeys of remarkable founders. I'm your host, Lars Kramer. From a young age, Koen built websites for clients, leading up to his first startup called Company Spot, which is the Dutch version of Glassdoor. Koen later played key roles at platforms like Hives, Relatieplanet and Dumpert, and co-founded Upcoming, a news and entertainment platform. Until in 2015, together with three co-founders, he founded Polar Steps. And today, over 10 million travelers from all parts of the world use the app to plan, track, and relive their adventures. In fact, so does my wife, as I found out this summer. She is a user of Polar Steps. Welcome to the podcast, Koen.
Thank you.
Cool. I checked your own Polar Steps profile, of course, and I saw you visited 70 countries.
Quite a few.
From way back. So what has been the most memorable trip for you so far?
Ooh, good question. I think one of the best was, you just mentioned Company Spot is one of the companies that I founded, and we miserably failed, but in the end we did make a little bit of money with it. I think like 2,000 euros. And
okay.
Together with my partner,
that's a good exit. Yeah.
It was a very, very good exit. If you count it back by the rate per hour that we made, it must have been under €1, so it was not good. But we decided to go on a trip to Indonesia for diving, and we went to Raja Ampat, which is a very remote part of Indonesia, and it's still one of my favorite trips, both because I really love diving, and it's a really, really beautiful part of the world, and also it was a nice symbolic thing after 6 years of trying and actually failing to still do something nice.
Right. And then you spent the 2,000 euros on the trip, or
we had to pitch in a bit more actually to make it there, but it was fine.
Cool.
We had a good time.
Nice. So you're also a diver, right? So you like diving as well. Cool. Very nice. Well, first of all, welcome, Koen. Great to have you here. This is a very special episode because we're recording this episode today at Slush'D in Enschede, Twente. And I think you have a link to Twente, right? That's why you're here.
Yes, I'm born and bred in Twente, actually.
Born and bred
in
the
Twente. Small town of Albergen is where I come from.
Cool, perfect. We'll put in the show notes where Albergen is because I didn't know it. But we'll dive into your founder story, entrepreneurial story, the highs and the lows. But as always, we start with 4 statements that you can answer with true or false. You ready?
Bring it on.
At Polar Steps, we rely on paid media for our growth.
False.
We should have taken on international investors sooner.
False.
My burnout has made me a better leader.
True.
And then a final one. I've enjoyed working with cows just as much as working with UN diplomats.
True.
Okay, there you go. We'll leave that as a cliffhanger for after the break. Cows and diplomats. Let's go into your origin story, because today Polar Steps, and maybe I didn't know it, but apparently 1 out of every 4 Dutch people uses Polar Steps. It connects travelers across the globe, but it started as a hobby project of your co-founder Nick, right? So could you maybe take us back to that origin story? How did it all begin?
Yeah, sure. The initial idea was conceived by my co-founder Nick, who also happens to be from Twente actually originally, and he went sailing across the Atlantic Ocean with his dad about 15 years ago, and it was before iPhones and everything were big and existed, and he figured out it would be really cool if his friends and family could follow his trip live while he was sailing across the Atlantic. So what he made, he brought on a boat, he brought a little GPS tracker, which nowadays we don't know that as much anymore, but it was literally
because it's in your phone these days?
Yeah, it's in your phone, but it was like a device where you could read off your geo coordinates of where you are right now.
Yeah.
And a satellite phone that had SMS functionality.
Okay.
And every day he would read off his geo coordinates on that little tracker, and then he would type these coordinates in an SMS message together with a short text update. And he would text that through a satellite to a server that was positioned here, close to here, actually in Deventer.
Right.
And that server would plot on a map live on the web where he was sailing across the Atlantic every day.
Okay, so that is like
and a very
sophisticated experiment, so to say.
Yes.
Cool, nice.
And and that's, he did it once while he was sailing across the Atlantic, and it was just for himself as a hobby.
Yeah.
But then a lot of people really liked it and started following him online. And then he did more. He's a very adventurous traveler. So he went, he rode from Amsterdam to Cape Town. He did a Jeep Cherokee drive from Amsterdam to Kyrgyzstan. And every time when he would do one of these big overland trips, he would, build like little bit more advanced version again of that hobby project of his. And every time people on the web, people who are into travel, they would follow him. Back then on travel forums and these kind of places where people were talking about travel. And I was one of these travelers.
Also, you were an early adopter.
I was reading on these travel forums, and I just ran into his project, and I thought it was really cool. But I also thought, hey, this is a nice hobby project. But by that time, the iPhone started coming up and Android, and everybody had a GPS tracker and a satellite phone.
And by then, that was 2013, right, when you met? Or
this was around 2012, I would say. It's when I think we did our first coffee in 2012. When I approached him and said, hey, this is really cool, can we do something? And in the end, we clicked and we decided let's do it together and let's turn this from a hobby project into an app and see if we can get some traction with it.
Yeah, in an actual business. And it's interesting because if you look at your history, and we often look at kind of, when do you build a successful company and then what have you done before? It seems like you've built a lot of experiences, both entrepreneurial experiences, but also, with Hives and those kind of platforms from back in the day that would help you to build a platform, right? So how do you think, what has helped you most in your in that journey up until that moment that made you successful with Polar Steps?
I think, since I started quite early, it's also when you learn a lot about UX and online products, basically. Yeah. And that, I think, helped me a lot just in learning all the basics of how do you build a good online product and a good UX and what is good design and how does all of that work. Also, of course, the basics around technology. In the early days, I would do PHP myself and code myself the websites that I was selling. And then at Hives, I worked on a specific platform called Upcoming, and that was really kind of a new spin-off when Hives, as most Dutch people will know, at some point when Facebook came in and ran over.
So with this part, we have to explain to people who have no idea what Hives is because we're a bit older, but it was
it was a social network before Facebook. And I was never really deeply involved in Hives itself, but I came in kind of at the moment when it already started going down because Facebook was just, like they did in every market around the world, they just pushed out all the local social networks that existed up until that time. And the same happened in the Netherlands, but there was a lot of very talented people, of course, at Hives, because at that time, Hives was kind of the epicenter of the Dutch internet industry, and it was by far the largest website that had ever existed in the Netherlands. So as you can imagine, well, the technology behind the scenes of how they were dealing with all that traffic, but also the way they were working, they did like product management and lean startup kind of methodologies and that kind of stuff. They were already doing a lot of that stuff while it was kind of unknown to the rest of the companies here in the Netherlands. So there was just a lot of talent, and for me, there was a really nice place to learn a lot from a lot of really skilled people around me. And also where I found, because we're 4 co-founders in total at Polar Steps, Job and Maxi are the other 2 people, and Maxi was my the technical lead of this upcoming website that I built. And he then continued and became the CTO of Polar Steps. So it's also where for your network, of course, it's also really interesting to be in a high talent environment.
High space. Yeah, that must have been really interesting times. I think I was with the first 1,000 users of Hives. So I'm a big Hive adopter from the beginning. Actually, it used to. I saw you're also involved in Relatieplanet, but actually was a dating site for me, mostly back in the days. Anyway, but cool story. And also nice that you now work together with Max, which came from that. I think in the intro set, you've grown to 10 million users, which maybe people listening from the US go like, okay, what is 10 million? But that's a lot of people, actually, a lot of users in the European space. That's impressive. I looked on Dealroom, and I've seen that your revenue has grown with around 30% per year. I'm not sure if the numbers are correct, with 1 year where it was a bit lower. Maybe we'll touch on that in a moment. Maybe in general, what has been the strategy behind the growth of your company? What has been kind of from the start to where you're now? What has been the strategy behind driving that growth?
Yeah, it's kind of funny because often when people ask about the story of Polar Steps and how we came to be, people always use that startups and scale-ups. There's a lot of pivots in the story where we went out to discover X, but then we saw Y and we became a Y company. But with us, it has really not been the case. And it's quite funny that even the very first pitch deck that I built for Polar Step back in 2014, before we even were live, is kind of the same basics as the pitch deck that we still have today if we go out to race around.
Wow.
And it's really based around this vision, because what we already saw is that, of course, the core of our app is the travel tracker, where people can track their trips and share it live with friends and family back home, and plot their adventures live on a map. But we already saw in the early days that what we are actually doing there is you're building a whole history of how people travel, what are all your own travels, but also all your friends and how they travel. And there was a lot more in the data that is behind them than just tracking a trip. So already in the first vision, also because we are travelers ourselves, we were looking at the travel space, and we were looking at, hey, if you go on an average trip, you use 30 to 40 different apps and websites to plan, book, and experience and remember that trip.
Yeah.
And that's just a really broken experience with a lot of information scattered all over the place, and a really messy story actually from the traveler perspective.
It's interesting because if I now think back over the past 10 years of my trips, indeed, I probably have part still on my own blog. I probably have a part on Facebook back in the days, which I'm not using anymore.
Exactly.
So yeah,
it's everywhere, and it's scattered, and also, and you're entering the same information everywhere, because you start planning, and then you enter, okay, I want to be in this in the city, you look for a hotel, but then you enter the same data again somewhere else. So already of the first version, what we said is, hey, we want to build this all-in-one platform where you have a unified experience as a traveler, from the very first inspiration into planning your trip, then during your trip to track it and share it real time with your friends and family back home, and after your trip to remember it for the rest of your life. And these 4 pillars were already in that first pitch deck that we had before we went live, and are still the core of the company that we have been building.
But then still you grew from early days, a couple users, to now 10 million. So then, and maybe also linked to that paid media. So how did that growth then happen? Because the strategy and the pillars have been the same. But how do you then maintain that growth?
Yeah, our growth has been very organic. I would say 99, it was one of your questions at the beginning here, actually. 99% of our users have signed up because they got recommended the app from a friend.
Yeah.
And that has always been the core of our growth strategy. It's also a bit of the knowledge that we brought on from previous places. We worked like Hives, of course, which is very social, and other upcoming other platforms that we worked on. It's just a very attractive way to grow. And basically the core of the strategy is to build a really good project, and really knowing what your people want and knowing what is in need with people, and make sure that that you put your user first. And if you do that, then over time you see that it really people start loving your product, and if they love your product, they start recommending your product. So for example, one thing that we really used always as of the first days that we were building the app is NPS as a key metric. Okay. It's funny because there's quite a bit
debated,
of there's a lot of skepticism about it nowadays.
Yeah. We'll put in the show notes what NPS exactly is, but it's kind of
Net Promoter Score to bring it a bit more expensive. And there's a lot of criticism about it, but I actually think that if you want to build a company that is based on organic user growth, that NPS is one of the best metrics that you can use, because in its essence, what NPS, the question is, how likely are you to recommend this app to a friend or family member? And that basically means that if you ask that question and people say yes, they give a 9 or a 10, they will recommend your app to a family, friend or family.
So in your case, it really links to,
exactly.
Cool. So you've tracked that over time.
It has been one of the
what's your because we do an NPS at Upstream Festival as well. I used to work in telcos before, banking, who have usually a negative NPS.
What's the best one that you? What are you used to? What is your benchmark on that?
On banks or?
Well, in general, like.
No,
what do you
actually,
see?
Lisette, do you still know the NPS? It was 59, I think, for Upstream this year. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Nice.
So and the goal for us is to go higher every year. And I think that's the challenge. The real challenge for us. What's yours? Can you
throughout the year usually it's around 60, 65. Yeah. And then during the travel season it goes down a little bit because then people run into more issues in the app. So they start to be interesting. Of course, then they use the app a lot more intense, and then they find sometimes they run into a bug or something, and then it goes down a bit. But usually it's around 60. Yeah.
Cool. Tracking NPS, that's a good strategy to grow.
Yeah, and making product decisions based on it. So for me, that's really the essence, that you don't only track it, but you look why are people not happy, and you fix it. And then people become more happy and they start recommending you.
Cool. Let's talk investors, because you started out with a business angel. Talk about that. And later added investors, and quite a few we know or even had on the show. Nalden, I saw on your list, Laurens Groenendijk, Inkev later on. There might be founders out there thinking like, do I raise? Do I not raise? Do I need venture capital? When did you realize you needed venture capital, and how did you approach the fundraising process? And then maybe across those different stages.
Yeah, we realized very early on that we needed to raise money for this because we were not coming from rich families or whatever, or we had not previously found companies that we could take on. So we basically
2,000 euros you had.
Literally 2,000 euros, which we spent in Indonesia and diving. So that is back to zero. Yeah. So we realized quite early on that hey, if we want to build a proper product, then we need to be able to work full time on it. And if we want to work full time on it and being able to pay our mortgage, then we need to raise an investment. Yeah. Especially because Polisheds from the beginning, we really believe that it's more of an American way of doing it, not so European. But our idea was, hey, we should not focus on making money in the early years. Mm-hmm. We should focus on bringing a lot of value for users. Yeah. And then if we do that, we see plenty of ways to make money later on, which is an especially hard pitch to make to European investors because they're not used to that. So yes, also if that is your strategy, you need money even more. Yeah. It was early clear from the beginning. So over time, and once you go on that track, of course, then you also need to keep raising money in the early years until you actually make enough money to fund yourself, which luckily nowadays is the case. So we're not dependent anymore on investors. But we raised quite a few rounds. Yeah.
And how did you then, because it started with an angel or some we call it friends, fools and family, somebody who believed in you. And then how did you decide what kind of investor you needed when?
Yeah, that's funny because the first investor was through the friends and family circles of somebody who he thought it was a cool idea, and he'd also seen Nick's prototype, and we didn't even have a product or anything yet. We just had a few really slick designs that Job, my co-founder, made. He's an amazing designer. Okay. So whenever he would design my pitch deck, then suddenly investors would have interest in us. And basically we went on an evening to this guy and we showed him a few of his designs, and he was, oh, that's really cool. I want to invest. I'll wire you the money tomorrow. The money tomorrow morning, and he wired the money tomorrow, the day after, without even having the whole contract and everything settled. Okay.
But you did negotiate the terms. Yeah.
Actually, the funny story around it is we negotiated terms, but we didn't even know what to negotiate because we didn't know anything, and we gave away in the end way too much to him. Yeah. But then years later, when we had to raise more further rounds, we realized, oh my God, we gave this angel way too much. And he actually came back to us and he said, hey guys, that's okay. I'll hand in quite a significant portion of my shares to make it happen again. And for me, it's such a good example of, because if you wouldn't have done that, I don't know if we would still have been on the bed where we are now. Yeah. And for him in the end, of course, it really paid off also to be flexible and to understand that it's not about the exact percentage, it's about together making sure that it works.
I think that's a really important lesson for any angel investor or aspirational angel investor out there to really get an understanding on what it is that you should be asking for in the beginning, and also how you make yourself attractive for follow-on investment.
Exactly.
That seemed to have gone really, really well. And then later you had the other investors. So did you find them? Did they find you? The next?
No, we had to find them. So I literally, because the first round was just angel, then we did a few seed rounds of tickets, like 100K, 50, stuff like that. And for that, we really had to go out and I think I sent out of literally 100 cold emails because I also didn't really have a network or anything. And then some people started replying, and then some people, and then what I found out is when a few people start believing you, then they start recommending you to their fellow investors. And then then it went really quick. And then at one point, we even had a round that was oversubscribed, and then we could literally choose who would invest. So that's.
And then my question in the intro was no international investors, because obviously your proposition, you already have a lot of international customers, but obviously, going to big markets. Was it intentional not to choose for maybe an international investor?
No, it wasn't intentional. It just happened to be like that. Also, because when we did not, our last round was in 2019, so that's quite a while ago already. Yeah. And especially back then, 2017, 18, 19, we were still quite Dutch. Yeah. And of course, we always had international ambitions from day one. The first version of Polisheds was not even available in Dutch; it was always built in English. Cool. But over time, I think if we would do rounds again in the future, it would be way more likely to be international investors. But it's been okay for us. It's also easier and lower barrier to have a Dutch investor on board because they can reference you easily. And
you have a number of great ones. Cool. Yeah. Before we go to your leadership experience, maybe the team is now more than 60 people.
Around that size. Yes.
You mentioned we always talk about how do you attract and retain the right people. Mm-hmm. and you have something really interesting on your website. Maybe talk about what that is and how that works.
The teleporter,
The
you mean?
teleporter.
Yeah, that's a job benefit we actually have already from quite early on. And the teleporter is basically a teleport machine that we built. It's actually public. You can look it up at polarsteps.com/teleporter. And what we basically do is all of our employees on the annual anniversary of their employment, so basically once per year, they get to use the teleport machine. And basically we make a big event out of that at the company, usually at the quarterly drinks or something, and people get to push the teleport button. And then on this side, you'll see a big map of the world, and it randomly selects 3 locations around the world that have been visited before by Polar Steps users, which is basically every location around the world. And then people can pick one of these 3, and then we give them a flight ticket to that, or train ticket if they choose for the eco-friendly option, which is also in there, or train tickets to the destination. Right. And the idea behind it is really that we really believe in that people who work with us, they should really experience our product like our users do. Yeah. Because when you're a developer and you're sitting in our Amsterdam glass fiber connection testing the app, it will always synchronize your phone as well.
Yeah, it will work really well.
But if you're in Thailand in a hostel on a shitty internet connection, then it might not work as well. Cool. So that's brought us, of course, our people really like it. And it's really nice to test the product and to go out there, and also really to get the vibe of, okay, what do travelers run into, and to make sure that everybody always has the use cases of the real traveler.
Really cool strategy. I wish I had a teleporter for that reason. Super cool. Maybe before we go to the break, I talked about, staying sane as a founder or your mental health. And I think your own journey has also been a tough one, right?
Yes.
There was a tough year, Corona year, I think also for the business. You faced a burnout. I think it's important to talk about this for other founders. So maybe can you explain how did that happen? And in hindsight, what for you were actually the early warning signs that you ignored?
Yeah, that's a good question. So basically what happened was I had quite a heavy year in 2019. My mother passed away and my relationship ended. So I already came from a bit of personal things not going so well. And then in 2020, COVID happened in March 2020. And especially being in the travel business, we literally, for 5-6 years, you're building and building, working around the clock to make this thing happen. Yeah. And in 2 weeks, basically 80% of our users disappeared, and
no traveler anymore.
Like that. Yeah. No traveler anymore. It was, of course, then just a really stressful period, just both because of what to do for the company and to make sure that the company survives, and all the people working from home and back to the office, and all the decisions you need to make around that while not being in the same room together. Yeah. But also personally, I was sitting on a kitchen table for a year, just working by myself. And then eventually it went quite well. I think for the company, we got through COVID really well. We didn't have to fire anyone because we were making quite some good money already before that, and we had a good bank account. So we had a long-term vision that we're building on. So for us, we already realized early, the company actually will be okay. Yeah. But for me personally, it was still a very stressful period. And in the course of 21, I really felt stress building up in my body. I was literally at some point sitting at my kitchen table just working on normal stuff. Yeah. And I really felt the stress flowing through my
How do you feel that?
Stomach.
Because there might be founders go like, maybe I have it. But what does it feel like?
Yeah, it's hard to describe. I think for me I think for everyone it's different a bit. But for me I had a lot of unrest. I was sleeping less well during the night. And I felt really the stress in my body. I felt tensed all the time, even when I was kind of not really into something that should cause tension. Right. Of course, everybody experiences tension. If you need to go on a big stage, maybe you'll feel it a little bit in advance, but it's not supposed to happen when you're just sitting on a kitchen table doing some normal work, for example. And I noticed I couldn't get to sleep. I was quite often awake at night, and I felt quite distressed also, and not relaxed anymore. And at some point I really decided that, I was thinking about it, and I realized that, hey, this is not going well. So I had to go to my co-founders and say, hey, I think I need to prioritize my mental health over the company at the moment. And maybe that's the hardest moment in the whole process, that you really need to go to your colleagues and co-founders and saying, hey, I cannot deal with it anymore. I need to stop. Also because I was in the CEO position at that time, of course. Yeah. And then it really feels like, oh, wow, will it be okay? And can the company do without me? And I was in the middle of starting to raise an investment round again. I'd already mailed the first, 50 cold emails to investors and a few warm ones to start up this round. Yeah. then you really feel like, hey, wow, stepping out will be like
Yeah.
a major setback for
Yeah.
this company that we've built. And that's that makes it really, really tough to say that.
Yeah, to acknowledge it for yourself and then to say to your
Yeah,
co-founders,
exactly.
this is the
Yeah.
moment when I step in. And how did they respond?
Well, I was very lucky to actually have very understanding. I have great co-founders in general, but also around this personal phase of me, they've been really supportive. One of them had gone through a burnout himself before, so that also helps, of course, for them to have a bit of understanding. But the other one took over the CEO-ship of the company when I went out, and the three of them actually led the company. Well, took over the leadership of the company when I went out. I was out for a full year. It really took me a while to feel kind of normal again. And that's also when you learn that actually in the end it will always be okay, because you kind of feel when you're fully in it, like, oh, I cannot do this and I cannot get out. And of course it doesn't mean that it was nice. It was really tough for them to take over and to step in and to do that. But in the end, it's also, if you look at where we are today, I think I'm really proud of how they have taken over and where the company is today and how we've done that with actually the whole team and also the four of us as founders.
Yeah, and it's an important and a beautiful story, because that's also the power of a business and having multiple people working together in a business on a shared goal or purpose, whatever. And then if one has to step out, then the rest needs to take over.
I think it's one of the right reasons why investors don't want to invest in a single person team, because you want to be sure there's more people to back it up.
Yeah, maybe in the startup phase that's more difficult, but by that time you already had quite a substantial team, and then it changes a little bit. Good. And I think it's important that we share this, because actually I talked about this on an earlier podcast as well. I had a burnout in 2008, although it was not a year. I was out for a full month and then took time to recover. But that's why I asked you about the feeling.
How was it for you? What did you experience?
It was actually, so it was tough, like you mentioned, with your mother and your relationship. In my case, it was the birth of my daughter, which for me was a really beautiful but also very stressful thing, because my wife was expecting all kinds of things of me, and a really, really busy job, and not being able to let go. And for me, it was the fact that I drove to the office one morning, and as I waited in front of the office, I couldn't get out of the car, and I started sweating and crying, and I felt like I had a fever, and I couldn't move anymore. So I had no idea what to do, and I just turned around and went home and went to bed, and slept for 2 days. And also felt really sorry for that, because there was a lot of stuff happening in the company that I needed to attend, but I called in sick. I said, I don't know. I think and this is also a lesson, the good response that I got was first understanding, same thing. So people who have had it before understand what you're going for. And I think the smartest thing is I went with a personal coach back then, who really helped me to understand my behaviors and to figure out how to change them. So that's why it was only a month. But obviously the real recovery takes longer, I guess, and I'm still learning today.
I also started coaching as of that time. It's something I would really recommend now, also especially after this experience. I think it's it helps to keep you sane.
Yeah, no, true, and actually
or
have
make
a coach,
you sane again if you don't feel
that's
well.
the thing, and use a coach while you're doing well. Because that's the other part. They can help you move out. Cool. I love this story. We can talk much more about this, but we'll go to a quick break and then we'll be back. Cool. Thank you for being here. We'll take a 2-minute break to get something to drink, and then we'll be back. Very nice. And we're back. We're talking to Koen from Polar Steps. And I think we've touched so many things. First of all, about your insane company and the app that you're building, which I think is really nice and used by many. But also your lessons in fundraising and dealing with your own mental health and coming back. Actually, before we go to listeners' questions, what is on top of your mind? What's your biggest challenge for the next 12 months?
Ooh, good question. I think one of the things that we are really focused on at the company now is our international growth, because in the Netherlands we're even seeing the growth kind of capping off because
there's no more people.
Yeah, there's kind of a cap to what you can do within the country, and we feel we're getting quite close to that. But in a lot of other countries like Germany, France, United States, Great Britain, we're really seeing it taking off at the moment. Okay. So for us, it's just a really exciting time. We just have a new CEO who started for us, who took over from us as founders on the CEO role. And there's just a lot of exciting stuff on our product roadmap that we feel will both help our international growth, but also really bring the company in a whole different phase. So
she's an external, right? She didn't come from inside the company. Okay.
Yeah.
How did you find her? Did you do recruitment or?
Yes, we worked with a headhunter, and we did. Well, we first started looking in the Netherlands with a Dutch headhunter. It was actually really hard because we have really big ambitions. We really see ourselves as being in a couple of years one of the top travel apps worldwide. Yeah. And that means that also the talent, we're really, really critical in our hiring in general. But then when you want to hire a CEO, that bar is even higher. Yeah. And it actually took us over a year to find someone. And in the end, people, actually our staff was singing Christmas carols, making fun of us as founders having not found a CEO yet at some point. So then you really feel the pain, like, oh yes, it's taking a lot of time. And should we lower the barrier? Should we take shortcuts and stuff like that? But in the end, we're really happy that we have not done that, and that we just kept that bar high, kept searching. At the end, we expanded the search to truly international around the world. Cool. And we found an amazing candidate that we're really happy with, Claire, who has started with us quite a few months ago already.
Nice. Yeah, and then up for the international expansion. Really cool, really nice. We'll go to listeners' questions, which we always do. So keep an eye on the next guest and send in your questions, and they might be asked here. The first one is actually a really important question for anybody, any founder that has to do has to find a midnight snack in a big city. The question is from Rory. She says, in Groningen we have eierballen. In Rotterdam we have a kapsalon. What is the ultimate midnight snack in Twente?
Good question.
Have you tried eierballen?
What I remember from my youth is a sausijebroodje that we would get at a local bakery of the discotheque where we went. But I would not really call that a local delicacy.
No, it is delicacy.
Maybe the Krentenweg. Maybe the Krentenweg, I would say. Let's keep it to that.
Ooh,
yes.
Nice. But maybe not at midnight, right? You eat these things.
No, that's true. But it's the truth. So, I would eat one if I would come home drunk, I think.
There we go. Krentenweg. Very good. Great. Rory, you bring us all these information, these things. Really nice. Carlijn asks, user of your app, how do you build and implement new product improvements? You touched on it already a little bit with the NPS, right? So then how does that work? How do you choose between what to do first?
But basically there's three key things that we use as input. We look at actually all from the NPS scores. We look at all the feedback that we get through that feedback channel from users. And then secondly, we look in our statistics, so really the hard data as to what's happening, what are people using, and where do we see potential for what's going on. And the third part is basically our vision for the product, because when we started building the company quite a few years ago, we had this vision that is like a 10-year vision. And by now I could even say 20-year vision maybe, because we still see ourselves what we want to move towards, how we're going to change the travel landscape. So a lot of the feature choices that we make is also really driven by this all-in-one traveler product and the specific problems for the traveler that we want to solve, and making sure that you don't have to use 30 to 40 different app sites and your data and information is scattered everywhere, but you can just inspire, plan, track, and relive all in one app. And that's basically what then decides our roadmap. And it also changes a bit over the years, because early on it was also quite, the founder's intuition that was really driving a lot of the decision, but founder's intuition is not really scalable, of course, because at some point you need to, people need to make this product decisions without having to ask us as founders. So nowadays, for example, we also have a user researcher who's working for us, who really is full-time working on and doing research with our users and finding out what are our core needs and solutions that we could build.
And then there's only so many changes you can make, right? Because in essence, people don't want to have an app that changes constantly, but they probably want to have improvements over time.
Yeah,
I
yeah, it
suppose.
should be the first. Sometimes you should also not be afraid, I think, because otherwise you're going to be the next Hives
Sure.
if you don't change fast enough. But it's a very delicate thing between where do you need to change, and where do you want to go aggressive, maybe even at changing core aspects of what you do, and where do you want to be more gradual.
And the one thing we didn't touch upon in the earlier part of the conversation is how you actually make money. Important part. I think people know it by now, but it's your biggest revenue stream is actually the photo books, right? That
yes.
people create. Okay.
Yeah. So when people are done tracking the trips with our app, so some people actually. Some use our app really for the social aspect. They like it that their close friends and family can follow them and share with them their adventures. But we've also quite a few users who use it just to create these photo books. Yeah. So basically during your trip, you add all your photos and your text and your travel stories. And then when your trip is over, basically within 2-3 minutes, you can order a printed photo album of that. And nice. We're selling a lot of these.
So did that already start in the beginning, or was that one of the product improvements you made?
No, before we launched, we already had the idea of photo books could be one potential revenue model in the future. And then after we launched, we actually started getting user requests. I have all my travel stories. Yeah. But so that was a validation for us, and we decided to build it. Actually, 2-3 years after we launched, even
2-3 years after
launch.
It
took us a few years. So the first 2 years we were live, we did not make any money.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. 2 years, and that's why you had the fun. Okay, cool. On your website, it says we're guided by our Polar Steps moral compass. Lisette asked this. On your website, it says we're guided by our Polar Steps moral compass rather than profits. We want to make the world a richer place, not the other way around. How do you keep this balance while also maintaining growth and competitiveness? Can you give an example?
Yeah, and that's a good question. I think that the way that we've grown is always by putting the user first and developing valuable features for users. And then, for example, making money is then just a result. So for us, what guides us a lot in our decisions, I think, is really focusing on, what are needs that the users ask for, or that we ourselves as travelers see in the travel landscape. Hold it up against that moral compass, because we want to be a force for good in the world rather than a force for bad. So, for example, we would never promote going on yet another tour in the overcrowded canals of Venice, for example, because travel guides that we have in the app. But instead, our travel editors will try to look for alternative destinations that are maybe a bit less crowded and where maybe a bit less of that bad tourism is going on. So. Yeah, in a lot of the decisions that we take, we try to balance out user value with the moral compass.
Cool, very nice. Great question. And I think it's for talent. It's also important, right? People joining the company, more and more asking these kind of questions. Final question is from Lieke. And her question is, what behavioral habits have you formed since your burnout?
Ooh, that's a good question. I'm actually still in the process, I would say, of forming behavior better, because it's not like you have a burnout for 1 year and then it's over and suddenly you're fine. I mean, till the day of today, I still have periods where I'm actually quite okay and periods where I still start feeling a bit stressed again, and that's especially when this kicks in. But for example, what I've started to do quite a lot is meditating. Specifically, I do yoga nidra. I use House of Deep Relax, it's called.
Yoga nidra.
Yoga nidra, okay. Yeah. Okay. It's a kind of meditation where you just lay down on your bed, and for me, it really helps to make my body rest again. Okay. And this House of Deep Relax app, it's specifically in Dutch, which really works well for me, because if I listen to a meditation in English, then I get distracted because I'm translating it all the time. And if it's in Dutch, then I somehow feel more relaxed. And for example, that has been one of the top things that I've discovered that for me really works. Another thing that really works is walking in nature. So I always used to like that quite a bit, but now I do it even more systematically. I make sure that I get my nature time, and that's just because my head is always very busy with ideas and everywhere, all over the place. Yeah. And also I'm very eager and driven, especially when it comes to the company, for what I want to build. Yeah. And that's taking a lot of energy, and I really need to make sure that I balance it out. For example, with yoga nidra, or with taking enough walks in the forest. Yeah. But also, for example, I try to go on a big holiday 2 times per year. Doesn't need to be at the other end of the world. It can also be relatively close. Yeah. But then that I can really turn my brain off for 2 weeks in a row. Yeah. For me, that works well to make sure that it's not always 110% on.
I think it's a great strategy. Meditation, travel, and being in nature, and that combination. For me, meditation just never works. My simple meditation is I count the steps to the coffee machine. So that's the one thing I built in, because you can do it all the time. So
Yeah,
wherever
yeah.
I am, if I walk to a coffee, I'll count my steps. Because the guided meditation didn't work for me. I tried it.
Oh, yeah,
So apparently,
interesting.
I think it's also personal. The thing in nature, I started dog walking for that same reason.
Ah, nice.
So we have
yeah.
a pet B&B just for that reason. So I can walk out and go every now and
That's
then.
nice.
Anyway, smart.
M-
Very
my,
good. Very
my
good
girlfriend is a psychologist, and she challenged me to try doing stuff at 50%. So the whole day,
stuff. Oh,
you cycle to work at 50%, you walk up the stairs there at 50%, you walk to the coffee machine at 50%.
wow.
And that's when you're like me, that's a really interesting one to try out, because then you're really forced to slow down, and it actually helps to your brain. Then if you put your body in that mode, your brain also starts slowing down a bit, which for me helps when I'm too busy.
I'm going to try and drink wine at 50% tonight at Slush'D, I guess. Something tells me that's not really going to happen, but I'm going to try. It's been awesome, Koen. I think we've touched on so many topics. Thank you for sharing your story with us here, with us at the podcast, but also with the people here at Slush'D. You'll be on the stage later, so sharing your story. Everything we talked about, we'll put the link in our show notes, so you can find those there. But as always, we close off with a song that you have selected. So would you like to explain which song and why you chose it?
Yes, I chose the Pirates of the Caribbean theme song, and I liked it from a few perspectives. First of all, when we play the teleporter at Polar Steps, this is always a song that we have in the background when people need to press the button and see where they go. So it's a bit of a Polar Steps thing also.
Yeah.
And I also like the theme of pirates, because for me, pirates is also what entrepreneurship and building startups is about. You go a bit against the stream, you go do things different than other people do it. So for me, it was a nice combination of things.
Cool. I can only say R. We'll close out with that. Thank you to all our listeners and viewers today for tuning in to the Start to Scale podcast. If you enjoyed this episode, don't forget to subscribe and leave a rating. Until next time, keep it up.
challenges we have to work with in the whole innovation sector. So something around that. And I prepared a few questions and Welcome to today's episode of the Reach podcast Startup Stimmen. My name is Greta Böske. I'm a startup coach at the Reach Euregio Startup Center in Münster. And today we're in a very special setting as we are live at Slush'D, Enschede Slush'D 2024. And we are in our live podcast studio. And I have three amazing guests on today's session, which is called Echo over Ego, Why Your Startup Fails If It's Not Sustainable. So very warm welcome to all three of you, Markus, Sophia, and Amelie. Maybe you want to start with a short introduction of yourself at first in this episode. So who of you wants to start? Markus wants to start, I think. So go ahead.
Okay, then I go ahead. I'm Markus. We run Climate Founders since 2020, and that's a remote accelerator for climate tech startups. And we work with very early stage teams, so usually prior to the first funding, and help them to get their first funding, also invest in them, and already worked with around 200 teams in the last 4 years.
Thank you very much. Welcome on board, Markus.
Thank you.
Sophia.
Yeah.
You want to go ahead?
I will. My name is Sophia Hummelman. I am one of the co-founders of Recarbon. So we are actually a spin-off of the University of Twente. So I'm around here in Enschede quite often. And what we do is we build climate technology in order to literally suck CO2 out of the atmosphere. And the goal is very obvious. We have too much CO2 in the air, and that's what we're trying to combat by actually extracting it directly from the air. And I've been doing that for almost 2 years now. So, yeah.
That sounds very exciting. Thank you very much, Sophia. And last but not least, Amelie. Who are you? What are you doing?
Yeah, thanks for having me. My name is Amelie Vermeer, and I was one of the co-founders of Spoontainable, a company which produces and distributes edible cutlery to substitute plastic. But I sold my company last year, and now I'm working for a consultant firm who is bringing startups with microplastic-free products into new markets.
Very cool. So both sides on startup founding and working together with. Very cool. So I'm super glad. We're all super glad to have all of you here today, all three of you. So looking forward to this podcast episode. And we're usually starting all podcasts with an entry question. All of our guests get asked. So we're doing that as well today. So the entry question, and then all three of you have got the chance to give a short answer what they think about it. And for all live listeners, so they all hear this for the first time now, so we're having spontaneous answers now. Okay. Who or what inspires you personally the most?
I can start.
Yeah, sure. Of course.
So I'm really inspired by companies who do a lot regarding sustainable impact and who really fight for it and try to make the world a better place, even with like small actions. And I think this is really inspiring and helps us more to embrace the same way and enhance the sustainable impact we can all have on our planet.
Thank you very much. That's a good one. So, anything to add?
For sure. I think I have a very similar answer. So for me as well, it's mostly like the founders, but also even policymakers or other people just trying to make an impact and really dedicating a large part of their lives to kind of solving the major challenges of our age, so to say. And for me, one of the major and most interesting challenges is just trying to combat climate change. So for me, anyone who's making significant steps in that field is a big inspiration.
I see. Thank you very much. And Markus, who or what inspires you personally the most?
So what inspired me to start Climate Founders was Greta Thunberg. So she brought me back to the topic of climate change in end of 2019, and that was one inspirational side. And then now it's mostly the founders. So founders who really want to push and to figure out how to do things and want to change the world. And it's amazing to work with such founders.
Yes, the big goal of changing the world. You just put it in that sentence like it's a basic thing to do. But yeah, I think good inspiration to do something on the big tasks we got to manage as humanity, right? Yeah. Yes. Okay. So this episode today, Echo over Ego, it already says it. We want to explore the crucial role of sustainability in startups, and just really especially in maybe all startups. So that's thing we can talk about. So the role of sustainability in startups, and maybe we can also learn your top strategies for managing that in what you do related to startup, just founding or working together with startups. So you got many interesting perspectives on that today. So we're trying to dive into that directly. So maybe, Sophia, you want to start now that you're actively working in a startup. In your experience, what do you think are some of the common myths or misunderstandings about incorporating sustainability into startups? So what problems do founders face or expect to face, and maybe even maybe unsure about when thinking about sustainability in a startup, and how can founders address them effectively?
I think the biggest misconception is that sustainability always goes hand in hand with more costs, which I think is true in some cases, but definitely not in all, especially when you look at like a longer horizon than, let's say, like the next quarter or the next year in terms of making profits. I think what a lot of people overlook is the fact that sustainability is not only something to make the world a better and sustainable place, but it can also really be something that will pay off on a longer time horizon, and which is maybe an investment now, but it should really pay off a lot more in, let's say, 10, 15, 20 years. And I think because people have this prejudgment of like, oh, sustainability is just extra investment costs, maybe they are backing off a bit before they even dive into like calculating like what it could mean for their business. So from my perspective, I think that that's the biggest misconception.
Yeah. Probably even for the whole society. So
yeah,
I think
probably,
we face this myth in many different topics we have to work on, actually. So yes, I see. Do you want to, Amelie, maybe add something from your ex-founder's perspective? So
yeah, I totally understand that position, because when we tried to sell our edible spoons, it was always for the small companies as if for the big companies as well, that it costs more. So economic versus sustainable was always the biggest topic. And I think that was our biggest struggle as well in the past, because we had to convince them that sustainability is maybe in the beginning more costly, but after a while it can really pay out. And sometimes economic can even be a part of sustainability, because you can maybe sell it as a marketing part, or even sell the products you're really buying in. So I'm totally agreeing with you, but I think it's a huge topic, and it's still the biggest struggle out there for sustainable companies.
Yes, I see. Markus, as maybe as an added problem that might come up, growing and being sustainable might clash together at some point. Do you think that's a special thing founders have to face when it's about financing their startup? So making decisions on getting financial resources, which is most of the time going hand in hand with growth in as big as possible. So do you think that is a thing that doesn't work very well for sustainable startups?
I think it can work well in cases when the impact is clearly aligned with the financial success of the company, and that is very important to make it very clear in the beginning, and making sure that it's 100% aligned, and that you can go into another direction where you maybe earn more, but you are less sustainable or have less impact. And if it's strongly connected, then it works really well. If it's but often it's not perfectly connected, and that's the problem. Then in that case, it always went into the direction of money and not into the direction of impact.
Mm-hmm. I see. So you see, or you say alignment of growing, but under certain restrictions, even maybe, is crucial to reach the goal of growing sustainable, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then I think it's not a problem to grow as fast as possible. I think we need a lot of companies, like your companies, to grow as fast as possible to really have the impact we need to have. But it needs to be perfectly aligned, and that's not not that easy.
It's not that easy. I see. But what do founders do that didn't keep sustainability in mind in the first place? So how can they manage to get both ideas are growing and sustainability hand in hand, especially when they didn't think of that on the first day of founding? Because I think that's actually the reality of many founders.
Yeah, I think they at first need to have the right motivation. So if they just want to become rich, then it will lead to the wrong direction. And if they're 100% convinced that they want to create some positive impact and to achieve their goals, then it becomes natural from time to time. And then they should be open to understand and to really challenge their own idea and their own topic. So in kind of, can it go into a wrong direction? And really questioning yourself, could it go into a wrong direction? So like, I work, for example, as a startup with big energy and oil companies. Could it be, can there be difficulties in the future because they put the money there in the end just for greenwashing themselves, for example, instead of really making a change? And sometimes you try to help them, for example, to decarbonize, but they don't really want, and then you can come into trouble to really succeed. And then you see that they have big advertising of changing something, but if you really look at it, then they don't want, and they just do it sometimes just for fun or just for marketing. And I think that's important to understand and to really figure out in the beginning what could go wrong.
So making good choices, especially in the topic of, okay, are my partners, my investors open for the idea of sustainability we as a startup have, is an important thing to do, right?
Yes.
Do you, or do the two of you have any opinions on that as well, maybe? Or did you maybe even make or almost made deals with people who weren't aligned with your idea of sustainability? Oh yeah, it looks like.
No, I definitely recognize exactly what you're describing. So actually for us, we, the product we develop, it could be interesting for oil and gas as well, because they could, in theory, use it to just extract more CO2 from the air, and then they are able to kind of offset what they're emitting, right? So actually oil and gas as a client was like a big topic for us, because we were like, well, we don't really want to engage with oil and gas because of the image, and also because indeed they use a lot of the funding for climate tech for greenwashing. But then on the other hand, we also thought about ways on how to go around that. So now, for example, we have an agreement with one of our clients who are in oil and gas, but we are specifically only partnering on a e-fuel project, which is actually, sustainable, and it is 100% not involved in any oil and gas activities. And then I think it's a different story. So I think it's also depending on kind of the project you do with the client and how that is set up. But yeah, it took us a lot of time to really figure out what are their incentives here and how to be sure about that, and even like put that into a contract and make sure that also won't change in the future, kind of.
Yeah, but I mean, and you can't just close your eyes from those customers and those companies, because they have high pressure on finding innovative solutions for the problems they might even cause themselves. So I think, it's probably not the easiest way to manage this, but even opportunities for great impact if you work together and find a way to align on this idea, even though the motivation might be from different sides. Huh?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Emily, you also have experiences on that?
Yeah, I think it's really important to see both sides. Like from the startup side, I think sometimes you have to make more economic decisions sometimes, and maybe put sustainable just one step behind, because you just have to survive and get money first to have more sustainable impact in the future. Like in the COVID crisis, a lot of startups had to do some decisions on economic side and not on sustainability side. But now, while I'm trying to help startups to get into other markets, I think it's just really important to be transparent about how sustainable you really are, and maybe even what's still missing, because you can't be 100% sustainable in production or supply chains. You always have some points which are still or need improving. So I think transparency is very important, and then of course like whom you work with, or like what kind of steps you're really taking to embrace sustainability. But just being transparent is it's so important on both sides.
I see. And Amelie, maybe also another question to you. So, as some early stage or future founders might listen to this podcast episode, is there any advice you think from your experience you could give to them how to, in the beginning already create an environmentally and socially responsible startup? So is there something, even, I mean, if people are listening to us and thinking of okay, that's my motivation, that's my incentive, I really want to change the world, I want to do that, how can they be very aware of the challenge that other startups might face in later stages? So where do I start when I want to become a sustainable, super sustainable startup?
Yeah, I think it's very important that the goal of sustainability is always there, and it's always your mission or vision, but don't forget about the business model. Like you still have to make money. I think it's the same which I just said before, but money is so important to make, and of course it shouldn't be the first thing that you want to get rich or anything, but you need to think about a business model to have a long-term company. And sustainability doesn't happen in like 1 or 2 months, but it takes time, it needs time, and that's why business models should also be very clear, and even sustainable startups should really think about that to have a long-term impact.
Thank you. So do you, Sophia and Marcus, also have something to add? What's the start for a sustainable startup?
I just thought about one startup in Germany, or they are already a bigger company. They started 15 years ago, and that was mainly about heating systems for private people. And how they started was that they sold gas heaters, which were more efficient than the regular things. And 15 years ago, it was an impactful way to reduce CO2 emissions. But on the way, they would have to change to heat pumps, for example, but they refused that for 10 years because the market demand was not there, and they needed to grow to survive as a company. And there was this struggle of really finding the right moment when to go for the final solution. And that is a typical problem, that you often have work on a solution which is maybe just a bridge solution, which has some positive impact now, but maybe creates new problems in the future, or the better solution is probably another one. And then, I think that are often cases where you run into those problems, that you have to challenge yourself in the beginning if it really makes sense to create a bridge solution, or if you should already go to what you finally want to go. And
finding the right momentum to move on or keep with what you're good at. Huh? Yeah, I see. So it might be a big thing for many companies, actually, not even sustainable in the first. So we're buzzwording, also, especially me in this episode. So, but just sustainable. If we think of that, it's probably also something for companies that might want to change towards being more sustainable. So finding the right group of people and other companies to face with your new idea, and maybe not changing at all, or not changing too much and in general, but changing on different topics, so that it's all made for the customer. That's what we always tell when we are talking about lean startups. So that's probably what startups should keep in mind. So not that easy to manage that, right? Yeah, but as you mentioned, some startups you already work with in the accelerator. Maybe you can share one of the top strategy advices you have in mind from all that experience you gained from founding yourself and doing Climate Founder. So is there a shortcut top strategy for sustainable success? Maybe even for startups that didn't think of that too much in the first sight. So as we think about the topic eco over ego, is there maybe shortcut to do something and to start something somewhere? So that's like a little hack for not that sustainable startups.
I would love to know it, but I don't know something like that, and I believe there is nothing like a shortcut for entrepreneurship and starting a company. I think it's always hard work to to find the right way. And I think, as you said, so finding the right customer's problem, really solving that, and really engaging with your customers is the first important starting point, and really do what you love, and really go with that, and push some barriers and keep learning. And I don't know. I can say many more things.
All in or nothing. That's what you have to face. That's what you say. Yeah, I see. Okay. Do you have a different opinion on that?
No, not really different. The first thing I was thinking, like, I think a lot of people would wish there was like a kind of a strategy you could follow, right? But I think it probably depends on industry to industry, on company to company. I think whether you're running like a more sustainable business model based startup or another type of startup, in both directions, if there wasn't a need for sustainability, then so if there wouldn't have been a need for sustainability, then we also wouldn't have needed to come up with kind of new strategies. But also, like, a lot of people in the past 100 to 200 years, they have not thought about sustainability. So it's just not out there. And I think everyone just needs to come up with new business models and try to really understand what they're doing. So also in terms of building their product. And I think it's just different per startup and per person. And I think what you said about transparency and really understanding every detail of your supply chain, for instance, details like that, I think are very important to make the right choices. But I don't think there's like a holy grail on how to do it, sadly. Yeah.
I see. So maybe all three of you give us a short insight in our topic. So do you think, just generally, give us a bold answer in this. Do you think startups fail when they're not sustainable?
I hope so, at least. I don't know. It should be a big part. But I don't think so. There's enough opportunities out there for products or other stuff. They can succeed, of course, without sustainability. But I think it gets more and more important, especially for the customers, for us as consumers. And that's why I hope it gets more embraced. But I think still there's, of course, enough opportunity for products which are not sustainable,
Yeah, nothing to add. They should fail,
Yeah.
but they are not.
We all wish for it. That's what we have in common. But
yeah, I think also maybe even if you're like a very, very passionate sustainability startup founder, let's call it that way, there's always like a little devil inside you that is maybe creeping like, oh, maybe actually we should go for this because it will bring in more money, whether it's for like, the interest of the startup or your own interest. I think it's difficult in general. And I mean, there's so many, in my opinion, very stupid and unsustainable ideas in the world. So definitely we're not there yet, I think. And a lot of people are going after those ideas. So no.
But you think it's getting more? As you said, not yet.
I think so. But I think maybe, societal kind of pressures are also not really steering in the right direction. So, it's from both sides, right? So maybe when you have a lot lower income or you're really just pressured in terms of money, then in a way, I can also understand why you would go for an unsustainable business model if that makes you money.
Mm-hmm. I see. Thank you. And Markus?
I think in general, startups and entrepreneurship is about likelihood. And I would say that real sustainability and impact in your business model brings you a higher likelihood to succeed. And that's because there are some reasons. So it's easier to get capital. You have more reasons to sell it to your customers. And if you really bring it into the right setup, then you have a higher chance for success, I would say. And that's all about that. So I believe that more sustainable startups have higher likelihood, and the not so sustainable ones have a lower likelihood in general. But if they have a good business model and a good product in some way, then they will succeed. No question.
So you're saying that everyone has to be sustainable, but sustainability can be your super factor, your super skill. You should maybe think of getting hands-on.
Yeah. But important is that it's not greenwashing, so that that it really should create something, and it's not just a small greenwashing layer on top of that. What you do, that's also important.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. So I think we can now head to our closing question, as we almost reached the end of this podcast episode already. Big thank you for those insights you just gave us. And I think, as Amelie already started with the with the entry question, Sophia and Marcus, you might want to start. So the question is, what is the most important thing you've learned during your working or startup or founding experience, and how did it change you? It's a big one, I know, so take your time, but what's the thing you've learned and how did it change you?
Maybe in light of the topic of the podcast, I think it's very important to understand the motives of everyone that you work with. So whether it's investors or clients, and really like get straight to the point there and make sure that you're aligned also in terms of sustainability. Because even though people say certain things, it might be, for example, that you still end up in the marketing greenwash division of a client, whereas you were thinking like, okay, we're just going to end up in their regular business, so to say. And I think that's a very important thing to screen up front very roughly. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
In my case, it was a startup failure. So a startup which we kind of had to, or the product that we built, we had to stop after about 1 year of development, mainly because we couldn't really solve the customer problem and really didn't understand the customers well. And that was the biggest learning for me, to go completely in the other direction, to never build something before it's not proven that the customers want it. And that changed a lot of things, how I work with founders, how I did the things afterwards. And I think that was a hard but good learning in the end.
Okay, thank you.
For me, it was using your advantages. So like maybe for me it was my network, so that you really use your network, ask questions and ask everyone around you if they could help you, because you can't do it by your own. And I think it's so important. Too many startups don't or hesitate too much to ask people for help, and I think it's very important to ask just everybody for it, and build up a network you can use to really start up your startup.
Very good. Thank you very much. As a startup coach, my heart is smiling, because I think many important challenges for all startups were in the words you just found for our closing questions. So thank you very much for being here today in our podcast, but also here at Enschede Slush. So we all enjoy you being here and hope you have a good day here at the event, and keep networking. And thank you very much for being here today. And to our listeners, thank you very much for listening to our live podcast here live at Enschede Slush on Echo over Ego. We hope you enjoyed it, and we want you to stay curious. Thank you very much.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 3, 2, 1, 8.
Welcome to another episode of the Dutch 40U Tech Startups podcast. I'm your host, Vera Boertien, and I am so happy to tell you that we're recording this live from Enschede Slush'D. And today we're going to talk about international working and living. And for that, I invited a couple of guests who are very experienced in doing so. Could you introduce yourself, maybe?
Sure, my name is Shahram Sharif. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm currently CEO of a company called Liba Healthcare. And I've been an entrepreneur for the past 10, 12 years in the field of medical technology.
Nice, thank you. And next to you, we have Leah.
Hi Vera. Yeah, so my name is Leah Milovic. I'm currently the CEO of Flowbeams, but I'm also a serial entrepreneur. It's my second spin-off from the University of Twente. Over 15 years already experience in international business management.
Well, thank you for sharing. And next to you, we have Marcel.
My name is Marcel Verheijen. I'm living in the San Francisco Bay Area. I am an entrepreneur by heart, and I support international companies who want to come to America. I am a co-founder of a company called Amplify Now Global, where we do business development for startup and scale-ups.
Cool. And you mentioned already that you're in the Bay Area.
Yes.
So are you from the Netherlands or?
I'm born and raised in the Netherlands. I grew up in Enschede. That's why I'm probably back here home.
Welcome home.
Yes, and I lived for the last 15 years in the United States. First in Los Angeles and now in San Francisco Bay Area.
And why did you make that decision to go there?
I came a couple of times to the US. I found as an entrepreneur, the climate for entrepreneurship is easier than in the Netherlands. It's with hindsight, I have a different view now after so many years. I can give you good advice what to do and not to do. I failed once. That's also an experience. I don't care to say it that I failed, although in European or the Dutch way, failure is not good. The Americans say you got experience. What made me the move is the freedom. I think freedom in tax legislation, that kind of stuff. The openness, especially in Silicon Valley. Pay it forward, they call it.
Yeah.
It's you can talk to people and they give you their secrets, and if you need something, they help you out getting the right person in the right time, or they make even the appointment for you. So it's very interesting working in the US. Although I work with a lot of start and scale ups from Europe, and there is some discrepancies between how they perceive the US and how we, as there's a group of Dutch people, European people where we work with, how they see it, and there's a lot to learn.
Yeah. Well, thank you for sharing, and I'm sure we'll get back to some of the things you said later. But first, I want to hear from Shahram. Can you relate to his story? Was it the same for you?
Slightly different. My personal story is actually on different levels in terms of international experience. The first experience is me as a migrant. So I was born in Iran, and we moved with my family when I was younger to Enschede, of all places. So I grew up here as a teenager, went to the high school, and then I studied here in Twente.
Also to you, welcome home.
Thank you. So Enschede in Netherlands has a special place for me. And at some point professionally, after beginning my career, I moved to Belgium, of all places, Brussels. However, that was not a professional background, it was more a personal. I met my wife in Paris. We shuttled between Amsterdam and Paris for a couple of years, and then we said, let's meet halfway, literally. So that's a personal, two times of major move personally. But then in between, my work has always been international. So one of the companies I founded in 2015 in a medtech, I expanded it across Europe, and then I expanded it to US. So I was living and working across Europe and US. So I was moving back and forth in 2018 and 2019. I probably spent half of my time in the US.
Right.
Currently, I'm the CEO of a company which is Danish-British. The team is, we're about 150 people, 150. Half of them are in Denmark, half of them are in Britain. I'm the CEO and I'm living in Brussels. So I'm basically everywhere. So I'm spending my time between Copenhagen, London, and my home office in Brussels.
Wow.
And then we have customers in 4 other countries.
Yeah.
So I've always been working very international. So the living aspect is one thing, but then working across countries in Europe, US, and other geographies has been always the norm in all my professional career.
Yeah.
Which is giving me a lot of very interesting learnings.
I can imagine.
I can maybe share some of it here.
Yeah. Well, we'll get back to that later as well. But first, to round it off, I want to hear from Leah's experience. I think yours is more similar to Sharam's as well, right?
Yeah, probably is. So for me, I already am about 19 years now in the Netherlands. I was born and raised first in Bosnia, and then in '92 when the war began there, we fled the country and we migrated to Israel, where I grew up till I was 20. And then when I was 20, I decided I want to go and study abroad. And that's how I came to the University of Twente. And never thought that I would be staying here for so long, but I discovered that, the ecosystem, the opportunities here were so wonderful that I decided to stay. Yeah. And now, developing the business and working, it's a really great place to be here. Obviously, always having connections with other countries, whether it's with employment that we have, so the employees, the colleagues that we have, whether it's with other countries, investors that we are talking to, it always has to do with a broader aspect. Mm-hmm. But for us, at least now, for Flowbeams, the home base right now where we're starting is Enschede here in the Netherlands.
Yeah, because did you already go internationally with Flowbeams or not yet?
With Flowbeams, commercially, not yet. We're speaking to commercial companies that are interested in technology, and that is always outside of the scope of what they call the kicker lounge, so the Netherlands. But yeah, so in that way, yes. With the other startup that I'm involved with Bob Clean, we're selling worldwide. And
right.
Those are customers all over the world, from far Australia to the US to South America. So active actually everywhere there.
Yeah. And what because I hear stories, operating internationally, customers in different countries. And what struck me as being very interesting, what Marcel said, was the difference in mindset. Can you go into more depth about that? Because you mentioned that the mindset in the US is very different.
Yeah, the mindset in the US is
here.
more, it's a capital system. It's not social.
Right.
The question is always, if you talk to an American or American-based companies, what's in it for me? You have to keep that always in mind. That's their mindset. You want to do business with them, so you have to adapt a little bit to tell them what's in it for them.
Yeah.
The social security aspect makes living abroad, but also the business different. One of the things that in Europe and the Netherlands is you cannot be fired easily. In America, and I'm talking about California, is at will. That means you can be fired any minute.
Yeah.
That's also a mindset. People can lose their job overnight. That means that you have to be prepared. You have to be prepared what it happens. Somebody says you're 2 paychecks away from the street. Rent is pretty expensive, especially in the Bay Area. Payment systems are bi-weekly, so you get 26 payments a year.
Yeah.
And that says 2 payments away from the street means a month. So everything is based on what's on it for me. And that's the mindset, which is the basic mindset. There are much more things where we can discuss, but I think that's the big nuances between the Netherlands and the US.
Yeah. Do you recognize some of that?
Yeah, and I actually wanted to pick up on that specific aspect of the labor conditions and the mindset. So I've had the experience on the other side of the game as an employer.
Right.
So I've hired teams in the US, in Netherlands, Belgium, France, Portugal, Denmark. So you get a sense of the differences in both mindset and also the systems, which are because of the mindsets. So in the US, for example, I've seen, how it works on both sides. So as an employer, it's relatively easier to hire and fire compared to most of the European countries.
Yeah.
And it has pros and cons. Because, often in Europe, let's take Belgium or Netherlands or most European countries, the recruitment cycle is really long. Why? Because you want to make sure you're not taking a risk and making a bad hire, because if you make a bad hire, it's going to cost you a lot of time and money to change it. In US, you can take more risk because you know that, okay, once the person is in, and you know what, 99% of the cases, you only know the person once they're in the job.
Yeah,
right?
so that's why
And often you make
fuck-ups are
mistakes.
also less bad than here in the Netherlands.
Exactly. So you can afford to take risks, hire the person. You'll see if it doesn't work out, you can quickly change, no harm done.
Yeah.
You move on, they move on. Here in Europe, it's a lot slower. The whole dynamic is slower, and you see a very different, labor dynamic. You can see the unemployment rates is usually significantly lower in the US than in Europe. And ultimately, it has to do with the mindset. So, I have good friends living in the US who came from Europe, went to US, and then experienced that as an employee, and they were in shock. as Marcel says, from one day to the other, they just lost their job, no reason given. So they were in shock. Now, 10, 15, 20 years later, when I talk to them, en passant, they tell me, oh, by the way, I just got fired yesterday. And I'm like, what? Like, yeah,
that's crazy.
That's okay. I'll find something else. So you see, after a while, even the European mindset starts adjusting to the local. Yes. They're not in shock anymore because they know, well, I'll find another job tomorrow.
Yeah.
Here in Europe, if you get fired, well, you go into depression. It's a huge, thing in your life. Well, it's a mindset. So if you adopt, so there's a lot of learnings across borders where you can adopt some of the habits and mindsets of others that could bring you benefits. And that's at any level, at the personal level, at company level, investor level, VCs in Europe, VCs in US, very different mindset. Mm-hmm. VCs here are much more risk averse, which I think is a shame. Any VCs listening to this, you are called a venture capitalist, a durf capitalist. You need to take risks, not wait until all the ticks are done and everything is de-risked before you invest. In US, they just take a lot more risk. They lose more, but also they gain more. Look at the number of unicorns. Yeah, the numbers don't lie. And Leah, I see you nodding as well. What do you recognize of that? Because I know that you also went to CES. Mm-hmm. So what's your experience in this?
We went to CES last year and we're going again this year. I fully agree. A very different market, very different environment that you're operating in. And I had to think while you were talking also about our current team here in the Netherlands. Even we have an international team. Even when we take that to the level that we have here with our team locally, you always have to take these cultural differentiations into account. So some employees might feel more secure. They have to get adjusted to the way of working here. Yeah. They're used to being treated, or they're used to, a different environment, cultural environment while working. So you have to shape that to make everybody also feel comfortable in an international setting that we even have here locally. When we're talking about the US, as you mentioned, it's very risk. They are daring to take the risks, and they're going for whatever it will take. They will be, very direct at the target and really approaching you in a certain way, an approach that we are not used to having here in Europe. Mm-hmm. Last year CS was really amazing for us because you saw also this differentiation in the way of approaching business and opportunities, and also in the way of following it up. It's also very different. I mean, they are making the time also to take the risk when it comes to that. Yeah.
Yeah, I see Marcel nodding as well.
Yeah, I was thinking about what she was saying about the opportunity and the risk. Doing business in the US, you get actually only one chance to introduce yourself and have a good pitch. by nature is that they take the decision in the first minute. Is this
First
something we
impressions
can?
matter.
Yeah, is this something we want to work with or not? They don't want to waste their time on you. And we as Europeans think more like, okay, oh, I can call them tomorrow, oh, maybe the day after tomorrow. And they expect you to instantly response. If you say, I sent you a quote, send the quote the next day. Or at least a message, thank them. It's important to keep in communications and be clear.
Yeah.
You get only one shot.
And then it's over.
Well,
or you win it.
Yeah, but yeah, you have to, because they have so many. It's a big country.
Yeah.
So many people and so many opportunities, and we as I can say Dutch from here are not the only one on the playing field there. I used to work for the European Institute of Technology. We had the EU, a lot of companies. But if you look in San Francisco, for example, there every country has a consulate, but also a trade organization, which is independent of the consulates or the embassies. So there's a lot of moving parts, and for the Americans, it's make the decision now. Don't waste your time.
Yeah, and well, thank you very much for bringing in your point of view, and I really like that we talked about the difference in mindset, and basically what we can conclude now, I think, that if you want to work internationally, you have to be very mindful of the other culture so that you can adjust your mindset to it. Do you have another piece of advice for founders wanting to go abroad?
So just want to say something, comment on what you just said. You said, if you want to work international, I would say you must go international. It's not a choice, it's
well,
a
that's
must.
a good advice.
That's number one advice. And start already right from beginning thinking of the international or global market.
Yeah.
Especially in countries, if you're launching in a country like Netherlands or Belgium, small countries, relatively, you can't afford not to think internationally. Yeah. Right? These are small markets. So from day one, think international, think global. So that's my number one advice.
That's a great one.
I have two, I think, to add to that. So I think that the first one is make sure that you also have internationals on your team, or at least that you're open to the international environment. So it has to be somebody who is going to lead that role in the company that has the experience to do so. And I think in general, it's very important also to make a strategy, which countries you're going to enter to. The world is huge. You need to make those, let's say, list of opportunities, why you're going to enter a certain countries. Are your companies or strategic partners there? Are the investors there? Why are you making these decisions is very important.
Yeah, it has to make sense. Yeah, exactly. And Marcel, anything to add?
Yeah, I agree. You have to be prepared. What we do as an Amplify, we do an assessment. It's a list with questions. Are you prepared? How are you funded? Especially if you use software, how is your support set up? As I said earlier, you had only one chance. But be prepared, do an assessment, and come first, look around, make then your final plan. Don't try to make your final plan from a desk somewhere in the Netherlands.
Yeah.
That doesn't work. I tried it, didn't work.
Well, then we can learn from that mistake at least.
Can I add one more thing?
Yeah, of course.
If we have time. So I agree with everything that was said. I would add to it. So be intentful and deliberate and strategic, and also be opportunistic. Mm-hmm. So sometimes things come by opportunistically. It may not have been on your list of strategic, intentful expansions to country X, but you just come across a program because one country is just promoting a lot. They want to attract startups. Go for it. Yeah. It may be an easier, quicker way.
Try to pivot. Be flexible. Try to pivot. If you see another opportunity, jump on it. Don't stick to a plan that maybe is not working.
Yeah, so be flexible. I mean, have your strategic plans, be prepared, but also be open to opportunistic opportunities.
Yeah, well, I think that's the perfect way to close off this conversation. Thank you all so much for contributing to this podcast. It'll be live pretty soon, I think. And well, if you're listening to this, it's already live. So I hope you enjoyed this episode of the Dutch 40U podcast, and we'll be back with you with another one very soon.
start. Ready? 10,
Is it recording?
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome to another episode of the Dutch 40U Tech Startups podcast. I'm your host, Vera Boertien, and today we're recording this live from Enschede Slush'D, so I'm really, really excited. And today's topic will be impact, because there's a lot of talk about it, you hear it all over, you have to make impact. So today we're going to dive into what does it mean and how do you actually make impact. And to discuss this topic, I invited two guests. They're sitting next to me, so maybe it's best to introduce yourself first.
Yes, well, thank you for having us. My name is Meryl McConnell. I am an Impact Associate at Lumolabs. And Lumolabs is an impact-driven multi-stage investment fund, and we invest at the intersection of tech and impact. By tech, we invest on AI data, blockchain, digital security, IoT, AR, VR, and by impact, we invest in one of these 3 or 4 SDGs: good health and well-being, quality education, sustainable cities and communities, and climate action.
Yeah, so you have a clear picture of what impact is.
Indeed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll get back to that in a second. First, I want to introduce the other guest, and that's Bas Kerkwijk.
Yes, colleague of yours, of course, and
Yes.
recently started director of novelty.
So you're my boss, basically.
Yeah, but let's not talk in that way to each other, right? I don't like that. So no. Just recently started. I'm from the region, actually, so I'm a real tukker, as we call it. I have a history as a UT alumni, and I also worked in industry for like 25 years. In the last 7 years before I joined Novelty, I was actually working also in a spin-off from the university itself, making impact in something that's called deep tech, as we call it.
Yeah. So we already discussed that Meron has a very clear picture of what impact is. So before we dive into that, I want to hear from you. What's impact to you?
Impact to me is a diffuse. So I was thinking about that a lot actually in preparation. So the impact to me and the organization as we are running is a very diffuse picture, because Novelty as an organization is founded or is actually funded and founded by a couple of regional parties. So 2 knowledge institutions, the university and the high school. And we also have the local authority, the gemeente Enschede, we have the province, and we have the Twente Board Development, which is basically the funder of all the regional fundings that come from national government. The reason I'm saying is it's diffuse because I recently hosted, as together with a couple of colleagues, a session on impact with my 5 founders and their program teams. And the result of that is that for me, and how that translates to us, it was very difficult to extract what we call impact. But impact, for me, in essence, to Novelty is how do we get innovation going in terms of starting new businesses, helping grow new businesses in, let's say, a variety of sort of target areas, a bit connected to the region. So especially a lot in chip tech, med tech, high-tech systems, materials. Those are the couple of, I would say, I'm just selecting a couple, there's more, but those focus areas on where we can actually get business growing, innovation started, those kind of things.
Yeah.
We're not per se measuring it yet, I think, against all the SDGs that are out there in the world. But we do it sometimes implicitly. If you see, let's say, impact, if you look at diversity, 35% of the speakers at this event are actually female. So it's not like we're advocating it, we're doing it implicitly, we're making it part of our normal day-to-day business. So
next year, 50-50?
I would love that. But I think for me, in those areas, it's always just do it. You don't need to per se always mention it or emphasize it, just make sure you freaking do it. That's I think the most important. If you talk about diversity in this case, as one of the impact parts. But long story, as always, as you know me.
So how's that for you, Miron? Does that align with your vision of impact, or do you have a different definition?
Indeed, I do agree with also Bas. We can also say we are an impact-driven fund. We work in impact, I work in impact. But then the more you dive into it, it also makes you think, the more I don't know in this area.
Yes.
The reason for is it's still quite an early field if you compare it to other conventional type of investments. And it's also quite subjective to the particular fund that you're operating with. Generally, what is defined as impact investments are investments made with the intention to generate positive social or environmental outcome and measurable outcome alongside a financial return. If we look at the very definition of impact, or if we break it down, we look into three main things. One is the intentionality part of it. You are doing this investment with a deliberate action, with a clear mission and vision to generate certain positive outcome on it. And you measure it. It's not a matter of stating, hey, I am an impact-driven fund, but then how do you exactly measure this impact?
Yeah.
So as to show it's not just a matter of something statement, right? And it's different also from philanthropy. Impact investments, things that, okay, we can have impact, but at the same time, we can get these financial returns. So that's the basic, or it's the definition of what impact investment is. For us at Lumo, the way we look into impact is in line with the SDGs. We think that the SDGs are a bridge towards more regenerative culture. Previously, there was a time where we were doing harm to nature, right? But now we are doing things to nature, things that are positive. And we think that these SDGs are a bridge towards that. For us, we look into impact in terms of the 4 SDGs, the health. Is it in line with quality education? Is it in line with sustainable cities and communities and climate action? And we build our thesis around it.
Yeah, I really love how structured your answer is, by the way. Yeah, but before this podcast, I was also thinking about it, like, what does impact mean to me? And it really comes down to what you say, that creating a positive impact. And to me, it's especially creating a positive impact for people. So do you see that in a similar way?
Positive impact to people in what way do you mean that? Just
well, it's
feed a bit?
You know, it's creating a positive impact on the climate is eventually also positive for people. So that, you know, people are central to it, that you know, enabling the well-being of people.
I love that.
This is I'll touch on for instance, like climate or circularity. You know, one of the things that I've learned also in the first 8 months at Novelty in the support we're providing to businesses is that somehow for those businesses, and of course we're how do you call it? Ambtelijk? What's that in English? I actually don't know. Like a governmental like thing. So we're like basically we're civil servants, right? So a civil servant saying to an entrepreneur, you need to do this, you need to do that, entrepreneur will never do it. He will say, challenge me. If you challenge the entrepreneur, he'll do it. The thing is, from a government perspective, there's quite a lot of initiatives that always drive around you need to do something in circularity. As soon as you come to an entrepreneur with like, okay, we're part of the circularity program, the entrepreneur will say, I don't know what I need to do with that. So I think the challenge there is how do you connect the business model, the business from that company, and that you somehow challenge that entrepreneur together with other entrepreneurs to basically make that part of their business model, rather than focus just on the circularity as a topic or an impact that you can create. It's how can you show them the example of the entrepreneur next door. I mean, if you look at the region here, like quite a lot of SMEs. I mean, I've heard so many stories that there's another government body coming to them saying, you need to do something on circularity. Oh, we have a program on circularity. And that's typically, I would almost call it's almost like a show-off. No, not a show-off, it's the wrong word. It's like a push-off. Like, I don't know what that means for me. Or how do I integrate that into my business? So I think this is one of the challenges that if you think about impact and hopefully the way, and I think that's the way we're doing it in supporting those businesses, that we also look at those impact topics and then supporting the business going that way.
I think that's a nice bridge to the next topic that I wanted to cover. How do you actually make impact? Because you run an investment fund and you invest in impact-driven startups. So how do you qualify them? How do you say, okay, this is actually making impact, or this is just a startup who says they're making impact?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. It's a very good question. How we start is we start our impact journey early with the startup. So it's part of our screening to check, hey, this fits in our impact thesis or not. So during our scouting or when we search for a company, we look into those that fit into our thesis. And we ask the company to make an impact statement. Where do you guys see your impact, or where is it heading towards? Considering we are an early stage investment fund and we invest in early stage startup, it might be the case that the company has been around for a few years and also don't know where they're heading towards. And in that impact statement evaluation, you see the maturity of the company and how they view of impact.
Right.
During due diligence, that means after that stage passed, we ask the company's due diligence form, and then in that form, we say, okay, where is your ESG consideration, for instance? How do you view it? And then this will be integrated, or this will be part of our investment decision-making process. Once we invest or post-investment, our role as an impact-driven fund that also provide our network and expertise is to support the companies to say, hey, where are you heading towards? What is your impact growth trajectory? Is it in line with the international standards or not? And we go hand in hand with them throughout that journey. But I also do like what you mentioned, Bas, about we should not consider as the impact part of it different from the financial part. These two should go hand in hand. In order for a business to become, let's say, impactful, it needs to be sustainable. The finance should be there, it should grow, and then hence it could make impact. And the impact, I should also rightfully mention earlier, it is going to be across the board for everyone. It's about the people, it's about the quality of life, about being, becoming, and belonging. And then if that is the case, that's when we say, hey, we are making a big impact. But as an early stage investment fund, we're also quite early in terms of measuring the impact. Where do we see it? How do we see it? But one thing that we can provide is the tools and the means necessary for the startups on their impact growth journey.
Yeah.
Well, can I ask a question on that?
Yeah, of course.
Is the one thing that how do you, as an investment fund, balance out decision making on impact versus return on investment? Because it's always like, in the end, if you're an investment fund, it's in principle about the money, right? There needs to be some return. So how do you balance out the return you might receive or get on an investment versus, like, where's the balance? Where's the balance in decision making? Like, if the impact can be high but the return is very low, do you still then invest, or how do you make that decision? Because that's really, I'm asking because there was, I think it was 3 days ago, there was in the Financieel Dagblad, there was, like, I don't know, you read it?
I saw it.
Yeah, it was a 2-pager on actually impact-driven funds.
Yeah.
And it was, I mean, it always goes from very positive, like you have the positive examples, you have the ones that actually use the impact part as a varnish around what they're doing. But in the end, it comes down to the money, right? So I'm curious about that. So.
Yeah. Well, an impact-driven fund, it's not a philanthropy for sure.
Yeah, exactly.
What differs impact fund is we are of a belief that you can make both this impact and financial return go hand in hand. And if you integrate that centrally or before the pre-investment part of it in the minds and thoughts of these founders, and then you are supporting them throughout that stage, it will be in their heart. They shouldn't go separately. I think also I might have a bit of a strong stand in here, but we are not at a stage where we are going to say the world is all green, we are only looking after the money, and then let's not forget we are, I don't want to panic anyone, but we are in a red zone. We have to do something about the climate, the changing demography and everything that's come along with it. There is this graph that I like with this researcher called Rick, and he shows a line of us starting from the beginning where now. There was a time where things were conventional. Nobody cared about the earth. Everybody does it as they were. There was a time where we started becoming green, which is doing a little bit less harm, but still there was harm. And then we started becoming sustainable, meaning we are not going to do anything that is going to harm. We're going to do something productive. And then we go to a stage of a restorative culture, meaning human beings doing things to nature as an external, not as nature. And then we are now to the path of regenerative, meaning human being doing things as nature. We have to have that proactive measure, and we have to do that deliberate action in order to bring a measurable outcome owners. So my owner recap, my thought is they should not go separately. It should be hand in hand.
I fully agree.
Yeah.
I was just curious how you balance out that decision making in there. But what you're saying is you're actually pulling it really forward into your decision making process on whether to invest or not.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then during the process, as you see, that might still, if the company does make a lot of impact in the right way as you want it to be, you would accept a lower return on investment. Should that be the case? I'm just making it very black and white.
It's a good question.
It's
a good question. Also, one thing to note here is if it was a company that has been around, let's say, 10, 15 years, that has already been developed, let's say, company pre-Series A stage, you have all the metrics and data to show, hey, you can compare the impact here versus the financial stage. But we tap in a company quite early. The company has been around 2-3 years, and there is not also data or there is no dilemma where we have to check, hey, there is impact, there is financial. But then us tapping in early also give us the flexibility to guide the company in the right direction so that there won't be this kind of conflict in terms of, hey, there is impact or there isn't. So that's also what makes it more flexible for us.
Yeah, so a lot of founders are listening to this conversation right now, so I want to make it like very tangible to them. One thing that's necessary for them to make impact, what you said, is like a very clear vision of where you want to go with it. What other ingredients are necessary to be able to create impact?
I would say it's all about the maturity level and openness towards these kinds of notion. Of course, impact for us will be defined as per the SDGs, but for different funds that might be different. It's also about the mindset on what you want to achieve in the world. I'm pretty sure I've met a lot of founders by now. Everyone want to make an impact. They want to make something different.
Yeah, they're not in it for the money, but they're really in it to make a better world.
Exactly, but they could also be in the money, but we can look at it both hand in hand. We can look at it together. When you reach out, for instance, to an impact-driven fund like ours, what you can do is, of course, check our website, for instance, gather the data so that you can be a good impact storyteller when you reach out to these kinds of things. But there are also a lot of communities out there, impact communities that you can join in, that you can also share experience and get tools or whatever necessary. There are also several international organizations like the UNPRI who provide all the tools and resources either for startups or for investors to develop their impact thesis.
Yeah. Those are great tips. And Bas, when it comes to you, what would you say is necessary to create impact?
Impact for us as an organization and the way we are working with businesses is really about innovation, changing the world through innovation. So a lot of the things that we do, or most of the things that we do, is all aimed at pure innovation. And then what we do, and we're actually in the process as an organization of developing that a little bit more, is then understanding through that innovation, like, okay, what kind of startups, scale-ups are we actually supporting in terms of sort of like, I always call them a little bit of selection criteria. For us, it's a bit more diffuse. I think as an investment fund, you can really make a very clear decision because it's your money. This is where you want to go. For us, the target is innovation, and then a couple of selection criteria in terms of like the types of businesses we want to help forward, and we want to match them against what is important for the region. But as an example, I'm pretty sure we would not be helping out or supporting out a business that really is into developing something new for fossil fuels, that kind of thing. So it's almost like a no-brainer, but it's a part for us as an organization that we're developing. And this is why I'm interested also to see how we look at how all our founders are actually working on how they measure or how they quantify impacts, because that's also an interesting topic. I've talked to researchers in that impact session from like the Saxion High School, from the university, and they all come up with, for all the right reasons, I'm not criticizing that, but one is saying, okay, actually from these studies it's very difficult to quantify. Would you not rather describe it more qualitatively? Impact for me in terms of new businesses for the local local authorities would be like, how many new businesses are we actually helping to start? Whereas for like another founder, it could be more important. Just one story is enough. If it's a qualitative story that really shows the impact, right? We have this example. Recently I've used this example of the J58 company, the one that actually developed the wheelchair that helps you stand up as if you're impaired. And then, so the qualitative story there is, okay, actually I can look my partner in the eyes again, so on an equal level. That's an impact story from a quality of life perspective, which is just one story. If you tell it, you get goosebumps, but is that enough? So it's always finding that balance, which is which I find it's an interesting challenge, because you can also say, okay, actually we helped start 300 businesses this year. That's also an impact. We helped maybe 2 companies, and one of them actually is that story. So where does that match, or how does it? I find that interesting. I think it's a continuing developing story, but I do find the impact is one of the important parts of the things that we are doing as an organization. And I also find it a challenge in describing or feeding back to your founders, in this case. It could be for your LP partners, or if it's only, wherever it's being funded from, like, how do you tell that story back? And how does that land with the receiver? I find that...
So it's hard to put your finger on what exactly is impact, even though you could use the SDGs to measure it to some extent. But what I do gather from this conversation is that mindset, wanting to do good for the world, that's the most important part. Is there anything else that you want to advise to founders who are, already running an impact-driven startup, maybe, who really want to change the world for the better? What will you say to them?
I think every one of us are doing this one step at a time in our own beautiful ways. Same applies to startups. When we review pitch decks, and let's say if it's not a fit for our impact thesis, we might reject the startup, but that doesn't mean the startup is not making impact, right? It also depends on the particular investment fund that you're working on. But I do understand also from our side how it's challenging to show the impact, but also measure it and do it. At this stage, what I would also agree is everything that we do, or at least at this stage, it's more quantitative, or in terms of putting it into statements, in theory of change, or these kinds of documentation. Considering the early stage, we also don't have the number. So what we are also trying to do, or trying to prove with the founders, is, hey, we are together, let's try to build this thing together. So there are investors out there that are also giving their hand to walk hand in hand with the founders. It's just finding the right partner for you and then heading towards it.
So basically you're saying to founders, investors aren't that scary?
100%. Look at me.
Exactly. Look at today's event, you have all the startups and investors just on equal level, walking through the areas and just bumping into each other.
It's the perfect day to get in touch with investors, I think.
And I would say to founders is, anybody that has started a business, like, let's call it 99 out of 100, I would say they do that from either a personal motivation for something, or something that typically the entrepreneur, because they're all entrepreneurs, right? So they're stubborn-minded. They have a thought they can do it better than others. And like in most of the cases, that is driven by something we want to do better than what is out there, which typically is already somehow a connection to making an impact, right? Sometimes it's an impact from a personal perspective. Yesterday I learned something about the F model, which is about your personal motivation, freedom, fun, fortune, or fame.
Okay.
Like as the 4 personal drivers for why you want to do something, which was very interesting. Actually, it was from the CEO from AirFi, company that provides like mobile stuff for airplanes. No, so not like the tier 1 air carriers, but the smaller ones. But I found that very interesting, and that's constantly shifting between founders of companies, like what is their personal motivation on why they're doing what they're doing at this stage. But for me, any founder, we're almost kicked out, right? I get funny faces from people there. But like any founder is very likely driven by making an impact somehow anyway. So
Yeah,
whether you match
true.
that against SDGs or whether you match that against something else, I mean,
True.
it is what it is, but they want to make an impact. So I would say to founders, just go on with it.
Just do it.
Don't stop. Don't
Yeah.
stop.
So just do it and
Do it, fail,
do it together with an
Yeah.
investor early on, basically.
100%, yeah.
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 Well, Miron and Bas, thank you so much for joining me on this podcast episode. It'll be live soon, I hope. And well, if you're listening to this, it's already live, of course. So thank you very much, and
Thank you.
enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you. Thank you
See
for
you
hosting
around.
us. And thanks for the company.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
Welkom bij deze podcast-aflevering. Mijn naam is Vera Boertien en ik ben vandaag jullie host. En we nemen dit op live vanaf Enschede Slush'D. En vandaag gaan we het hebben over klanten kiezen. Hoe kies je nou je ideale klant? Wie is die ideale klant? En hoe ziet dat hele proces eruit? En daarvoor heb ik 2 mensen uitgenodigd, namelijk Daan Bol en Gijs van de Molengraft. Ik moest even spieken. Kunnen jullie jezelf even voorstellen?
Mijn naam is Gijs van de Molengraft. Ik ben een van de oprichters van Grit.
En dat is het?
En dat is het. Wat wil je nog meer weten? Wat wij doen in een notendop?
Ja.
Grit is eigenlijk een vrij jong bedrijf. We bestaan 5 jaar. Wij zijn in het leven om start-ups te helpen succesvol te worden. En wat we eigenlijk doen, we analyseren de data van start-ups om beter te leren hoe zij groeien. En ook om te kunnen meten wat nou de impact van investering is op de groei van een start-up. Of wat nou de impact van een acceleratieprogramma is op de start-up. En wij gebruiken die data eigenlijk om het ecosysteem te trainen. Dus proberen zoveel mogelijk kennis te delen met uiteindelijk als doel start-ups te helpen succesvol te worden.
Ja, en in die hoedanigheid zijn jullie ook betrokken bij het Grow-programma?
Klopt, ja. Samen met Novelty hebben we het programma ontwikkeld. Daar kennen wij ook elkaar ook van. Daan is een van de oud-deelnemers van het programma. Voor bedrijven die al wat verder zijn, op de markt actief zijn en echt naar grotere volumes willen schalen.
Ja, nou dankjewel. Daan?
Yes, nou, Daan Bol. Sinds 3 jaar verantwoordelijk voor toelevering online. En dan de functie van algemeen directeur, zoals ze dat zo mooi noemen. En toelevering online is een bedrijf dat bestaat nu al een jaartje of 7. In essentie zijn wij een platform waarbij wij het bestelproces en het leverproces, als het gaat om maatwerk kozijnen, op een hele andere manier hebben neergezet dan dat het in de huidige industrie zit. Nou, wat heeft dat dan eigenlijk voor effect? Dat we eigenlijk vanaf dag 1 zeggen, houten kozijn, PVC of aluminium. Het bestelproces is heel makkelijk. Dus je gaat naar onze site, je kunt helemaal zelf samenstellen wat je wil. Het is compleet maatwerk. En doordat we het keetje aan de achterkant anders hebben ingericht, heel gedigitaliseerd, en dat iedereen in het ketentje kan doen waar hij goed in is, kunnen wij de leeftijd verschrikkelijk inkorten. Dus we zijn ongeveer 10 keer sneller dan de markt.
Ja.
Nou, en dat bijvoorbeeld bij houten kozijn is eigenlijk maandag besteld, vrijdag geleverd op de oprit.
Ja, dus jullie doen eigenlijk dingen heel anders dan in de markt.
Ja.
Dus om dan maar meteen het bruggetje te maken, hoe hebben jullie dan jullie klanten gekozen?
Nou, dan moet ik even teruggaan helemaal naar het begin. 2007 was ik natuurlijk zelf nog niet. Maar toen is het idee ontstaan uit een timmerfabriek. Dus in dit geval naar toelevering. Dat is een van de grotere timmerfabrieken in Nederland als het gaat om houten kozijnen. En wat in die tijd opviel is dat er eigenlijk al die wat grotere fabrieken gericht zijn op grote projecten, grotere klanten. Nieuwbouw was nog een nasleep van de crisis uit 2008, de bouw zat wat later.
Ja.
Dus dat ging allemaal niet zo heel lekker. En zij zei, weet je, we willen eigenlijk als fabriek ook een nieuwe klantengroep toevoegen. En als we het doen, moet het wat anders. Dan moet het digitaal zijn. En eigenlijk wat er op dat moment gebeurd is dat er is een half jaar tot een jaar gewerkt aan de allereerste versie van toelevering online. Het is live gezet en het is geëxplodeerd. Dus in alle eerlijkheid terugwerkend zou ik kunnen verklaren wat er staat. Maar er is in die zin niet heel veel nagedacht over, er is gewoon een andere grote groep met allemaal projectjes. Het is live gezet en sindsdien is het gewoon een knetterhard gegroeid.
Er was gewoon vraag naar eigenlijk.
Er was gewoon vraag naar, ja. En voor de rest hebben we niet meer bij stilgestaan en vooral het managen van snoeiharde groei.
Ja.
Dat is ook toen ik binnenkwam was dat gewoon het geval. Je werkt wel hard, maar het verdubbelt gewoon elk jaar.
Ja.
Hoe manage je dat?
Die harde groei?
Ja.
Door heel hard te werken. Nee, maar hoe manage je dat? Op het moment dat als ik het even bij mezelf hou, wanneer ik binnenkwam, er zijn eigenlijk 2 dingen. Ik denk dat het kanaal wat zorgde voor nieuwe klanten, dus in dit geval bij ons is het e-commerce, dat werkte hartstikke goed. Dus het was jaar op jaar gewoon meer budget beschikbaar stellen en het kwam vanzelf naar binnen.
Ja.
Nou, en aan de andere kant van de keten, dat wat je dan eigenlijk gaat krijgen, zeker in het begin is, we hebben te weinig capaciteit, de keten staat op omvallen, je hebt te weinig mensen, processingsystemen vallen elk kwartaal om. Ja, dus in het begin is het heel snel schakelen zodat je de basis op orde hebt voor wat op dat moment werkt. En realiseren dat je waarschijnlijk een kwartaal later het weer opnieuw kan doen, terwijl je niet exact weet wat gaat omvallen.
Ja.
Dus het is vooral veel, in die tijd nog echt veel brandjes blussen, gewoon puur vanwege het feit dat er ook maar 1 mindset was. En dat is groeien, marktendeel. En dat op een zo goed mogelijke manier zien te managen. Dat is eigenlijk wat er gebeurd is. Zonder heel hard werken. En daarna hebben we met het programma iets meer intelligentie toegevoegd sinds vorig jaar, denk ik.
Ja.
Dus, ja.
En Gijs, herken jij daar iets in van bijvoorbeeld bij wat je bij je klanten ziet of bij je eigen organisatie?
Ja, normaal praat ik altijd over wat we zien bij andere bedrijven. En nu is onze rol iets anders, om ook te praten over grit. Het vertrekpunt is voor ons iets anders geweest dan voor toelevering online. Ik ben het bedrijf samen met mijn compagnon gestart, Stefan Bot. We hebben allebei ervaring als founder. We hebben allebei meerdere bedrijven opgericht. Sommige waren succesvol, andere waren totaal niet succesvol.
Zo gaat dat.
En daar leer je heel veel van.
Ja.
We hebben in het start-up ecosysteem al ruim 15 jaar gewerkt voor investeerders en voor andere partijen. Dus je hebt zo ontzettend veel voorbij zien komen. En de reden waarom wij zijn gestart is dat we eigenlijk iets zagen in het ecosysteem wat wij best wel vreemd vonden. Dus wat we zien is dat eigenlijk er een industrie is ontstaan in Nederland, maar ook daarbuiten over een industrie voor start-up ondersteuning en start-up financiering. Als je kijkt hoeveel partijen er inmiddels in Nederland actief zijn dat er ontzettend veel. Er zijn meer dan 600 investeerders geregistreerd. Er zijn meer dan 170 acceleratieprogramma's in Nederland. En er zijn bijna meer dan 10.000 mensen die zich bezighouden met start-up advies. Maar als je dan kijkt naar het aantal start-ups wat dan op jaarbasis doorgroeit naar de scale-up fase, dat is gelijk gebleven. Dus ondanks dat er een enorme toename is in een ecosysteem, is het effect daarvan eerlijk gezegd nog relatief laag. En dat vinden wij zo raar, want er zit heel veel kennis bij die partijen.
Ja.
En eigenlijk wat wij zagen is dat er een soort van gemeenschappelijke taal ontbreekt eigenlijk tussen al die verschillende actoren om de kennis die ze verzamelen met elkaar te delen. En te delen met als doel om die start-ups te helpen sneller succesvol te worden.
Ja.
En daar probeerden wij op in te spelen. En eigenlijk met een model, een trainingsmodel, want wij verdienen ons geld met trainingen, we zijn dienstverlener. En het klinkt heel raar, maar eigenlijk bestaat die markt niet zo. Omdat alle partijen gewend zijn om dat zelf te doen. En wij gaan nou proberen eigenlijk een markt te betreden dat ze iemand gaan inhuren om dat te doen. Dus we moeten best wel veel partijen overtuigen om daar ja tegen te zeggen. En wat wij hebben gedaan voor de marktintroductie, is we hebben eerst een hele uitgebreide analyse gemaakt van de markt van hoeveel start-ups zijn er nou precies. En waar melden die start-ups zich nou precies? Dus bij welke incubators kloppen ze aan of bij welke accelerators kloppen ze aan of financiers? En op basis van die analyse zijn wij tot een overzicht gekomen dat er eigenlijk 21 partijen in Nederland zijn waar het merendeel van die start-ups zich meldt. En toen hebben we gezegd, nou dat zijn onze hot leads. Dus wij willen met die partijen samenwerken.
Ja.
En daar hebben we eigenlijk onze sales effort op gezet. En dus met heel veel partijen gaan praten om te kijken van waar ze nou echt behoefte aan hebben en tegen welke problemen ze aanlopen. En daar hebben we de eerste propositie op gebouwd.
Ja, dus jullie hebben echt gezocht van, welke partijen zijn er nou in onze markt? Welke partijen doen het ook vooral goed? En waar willen we dus mee samenwerken? En dan de sales ingezet eigenlijk.
Klopt, ja.
En ik denk ook heel helder gedefinieerd in het begin wat het probleem is, wat je kan tackelen.
Ja, want het klinkt zo voor de hand liggend als je data verzamelt over start-ups en dat je op basis van die data analyses kan doen, patronen kan ontdekken over waar ze nou precies tegenaan lopen. Je zou op voorhand verwachten, daar is iedereen in het ecosysteem in geïnteresseerd. En het tegenovergestelde is waar.
Echt?
Ja, want ze zijn er helemaal niet in geïnteresseerd. Ze zijn vooral geïnteresseerd in data voor scouting, om in contact te komen met nieuwe start-ups.
Gewoon meer, zeg maar. Maar niet kijken waar het wringt.
Omdat ze dat niet per se... Het klinkt misschien een beetje raar als je dat zo bekijkt. Wij vonden dat in ieder geval best wel verbazingwekkend. Maar er is best wel veel kennis binnen de organisaties. Dus daar is niet per se een probleem voor. Dus dat was onze oorspronkelijke propositie. Wij dachten, daar is heel veel behoefte aan. Maar daar kwamen we al redelijk snel van terug. Dat het niet was.
Ja.
Dus we zijn uiteindelijk zoeken. En toen kwamen we op een hele gerichte propositie. En daar zijn we mee begonnen.
Ja, dus jullie hebben ook nog wel een beetje aangescherpt van wat jullie propositie dan was op basis van wat je zag in de markt.
Klopt, ja.
Ja, verstandig, lijkt me.
Ja, en dat betekent wel dat je afstand moet durven nemen van je oorspronkelijk plan.
Ja.
En wij hebben één groot voordeel, we zijn een dienstverlener, dus wij hoeven niet miljoenen te investeren in een product. Dus wij kunnen veel makkelijker afstappen van een oorspronkelijke aanname. Maar dan moet je het nog wel kunnen doen.
Ja, want Daan, bij jou is het natuurlijk anders. Jullie zijn niet echt een dienstverlener in die zin.
Nee, dat klopt.
Hoe is dat voor jullie? Want je zegt dat eigenlijk de klanten meteen al kwamen. Dus jullie hebben minder dat onderzoek hoeven doen. Ja. Maar met de groeimanager kan ik me voorstellen dat je ook wel weer nieuwe markten aanboort. Of valt dat mee?
Ja, die markt is heel groot. Laten we dat is één ding wat in het begin al wel heel helder was. Dus om een voorbeeld te geven, zeg maar, de kozijnenmarkt in Nederland, daar wordt jaarlijks ruim 2 miljard euro in omgezet. En als je kijkt, dan wij zitten met name nog in het renovatiestuk. Dat is ruim 1 miljard. Dus het is een gigantische markt.
Ja.
Waarbij toen ik binnenkwam in 2021, we heel veel verkochten aan ZZP'ers, kleinere aannemers. Die gewoon kleinschalige renovatieklussen doen. Dus een aanbouw, verbouw of een kapot kozijn vervangen. Daar zijn er zo'n 40.000 van. Maar in alle eerlijkheid denk ik, en dat is ook een beetje leuk, ik ben altijd leuk een beetje het ongenuanceerd verhaal te vertellen, maar ik denk in alle eerlijkheid, zeg maar, tot vorig jaar, en dat komt gewoon omdat je zo hard groeit, dat je zo hard in je bedrijf aan het werken bent, en totaal geen tijd hebt om een keer buiten te stappen. Dat was het ook. We hadden een klantprofiel opgesteld. Er is nog wel zo'n persona, redelijk het boekje gevolgd.
Ja.
Maar dan hield het ook wel op. En waar we gewoon enorm goed in waren, is gewoon die marketingmachine. Dus elke keer kwamen er gewoon heel veel nieuwe klanten binnen. Maar op dat moment, omdat dat zo goed liep, en dan heb je allerlei problemen die je moet managen, heb je eigenlijk te weinig tijd om eens een keer een stap terug te doen en te zeggen van, maar wat is eigenlijk nog precies aan de hand in de data? En we waren gewoon zo lekker hard aan het schalen.
Ja.
Toen dachten we, weet je wat wij nog gaan doen? We gaan dit concept in het buitenland uitrollen. Want het loopt als een tierenlier. Onder andere met behulp ook van Gijs kregen we de deksel op de neus eigenlijk in de eerste dag. Maar ja, het is leuk dat je dat wil doen, maar ik denk eigenlijk voor de continuïteit van je bedrijf in Nederland, de stappen die je wil zetten, dat je een aantal stappen hebt overgeslagen in het model. Weet je nou exact wel van, we hebben een paar duizenden klanten, zeg maar.
Ja.
Maar weet je nou exact wel wie het zijn en waar ze behoefte aan hebben? En de 3 projecten die ze bij jullie doen, hebben ze ook maar 3 projecten op jaarbasis? Of zijn het er 10? En houd je ze ook vast? Dat is misschien eigenlijk nog wel de hele kernvraag van het hele verhaal.
Ja.
En het eerlijke antwoord is, op dat moment hadden we wel een beetje inzicht, maar veel te weinig. En we stonden er ook niet bij stil. En wat je nu ziet is, we zijn inmiddels een geruime tijd verder, maar in Nederland hebben we zijn inmiddels iets meer actief wel, maar hebben we heel bewust heel veel keuzes gedaan. We zijn echt heel veel weer klanten gaan opzoeken, al die informatie boven water gehaald. En vooral in het model een paar stappen teruggezet eigenlijk van, ons concept wordt nog heel veel vertaald gewoon naar snelheid. En snelheid wordt geassocieerd met spoed.
Ja.
Dus wij zijn heel erg goed in de klant die voor een spoed opdraagt. Dat kan daadwerkelijk spoed zijn of gevoelskwestie zijn. Dan bestelt hij bij ons. Maar we hebben ook geleerd dat diezelfde klant, zodra er geen tijdsgevoel in zit, dan bestelt hij niks bij ons.
Ja.
Dat is eigenlijk heel raar. Want de keten staat, dus je kunt het ook prima bij ons bestellen. Want je kunt het ook volgende maand laten bezorgen als je wil.
Waren er dan ook weinig terugkerende klanten?
Ja. Tot aan vorig jaar hebben we volgens een hele analyse hebben we ook hele grote stappen gezet qua dataverzameling en dat allemaal netjes aan elkaar koppelen. Dat moesten we ook allemaal nog doen. En daar hebben we eigenlijk vanaf 2017 is daar gewoon letterlijk 1 stabiele lijn in te trekken. Van de 10 nieuwe klanten van het voorgaande jaar hielden we er 3 over. Dat was het feitelijke tot aan afgelopen zomer wat aan de hand was.
Ja.
En als er genoeg zijn, kun je heel lang doorgroeien. Maar op een gegeven moment heb je die 40.000 ook wel een keer gehad.
Ja.
En dan is het wel essentieel voor verdere groei, maar ook voor de duurzaamheid en de continuïteit van je eigen bedrijf, dat je de klantretentie een stuk beter op orde houdt. En dat je daar keuzes in moet gaan maken. Daar hebben we nu hele mooie stappen in gezet. En
welke keuzes heb je daarin gemaakt dan?
Nou, we zijn tot die tijd haalden we iedereen binnen. Hè? Dus als je hem even heel hoog overpakt, hadden we op dat moment echt nog een B2C-pijler en een B2B-pijler. We hebben al gezegd, particulier, ik gun je van alles, maar niet dat je 3 keer per jaar een nieuwe kozijn hoeft te kopen voor je huis. Dus dat is eigenlijk voor ons model niet zo heel handig. Ja. Je hebt liever een klant die meerdere keren per jaar, dan heb je terugkerende aankoop. Dus dat was al stap 1, zeer bewust die kant op. En vervolgens nog helemaal downdrillen met al die klanten van, maar wat voor type opdrachten heb jij nou? Waar kunnen we jou bij helpen? Waar heb je behoefte aan? En daar hebben we op een gegeven moment ook wel echt keuzes in moeten maken. Want het ketentje, niet alles in de keten werkt. En we willen wel onderscheid maken. Dus sommige klanten hadden ook echt bewust aan een aantal producten waar je zegt, maar dat kunnen we niet organiseren zoals wij het willen. Dan doen we het ook niet.
Ja.
Want dan hebben wij geen toegevoegde waarde, dan lossen wij niet het probleem op wat het is.
Ja. Al
dat soort vraagstukken hebben we gedaan. En wat je nu al ziet op de dag van vandaag is die 3 van de 10 is al stijgen naar, we zijn nu bijna al bij de 5 van de 10. En alle acties die we nu doen hebben de ambitie naar 7 van de 10, 8 van de 10. Ja. Daar gaan we nu naartoe werken.
Dus eigenlijk heb je het veel meer afgekaderd, veel duidelijker wie nou eigenlijk je klant is.
Ja, veel helderder, veel beter nog.
Ja, eigenlijk wat interessant is, hè, want de groei die Toelevering Online heeft meegemaakt vanaf het startpunt is best wel uitzonderlijk. Als je dat vergelijkt met gewoon hoe de Nederlandse start-ups groeien.
Ja.
Ik denk dat ze redelijk snel een sweet spot te pakken hebben en daar astronomisch op zijn gegroeid. En ze zijn dus met name gegroeid op de acquisitie van nieuwe klanten. Ja. En dat is fantastisch, laat ik dat vooropstellen. Maar met alleen maar de acquisitie van nieuwe klanten ben je er niet. En het is een winstgevend bedrijf, ze hebben een hele mooie omzet. Maar ik vond het interessant om te zien dat je, waar de groei in het verleden kwam uit acquisitie, dan acquireer je 10 klanten en 3 daarvan blijven klant. Met andere woorden, 7 haken af, om welke reden dan ook. Dat heeft een enorme impact op de gemiddelde klantwaarde. En daarmee dus ook uiteindelijk op je bruto marge en winstgevendheid van je bedrijf. En nu proberen ze dus eigenlijk dat te turnen in plaats van groei uit acquisitie te halen, veel meer groei uit klantbehoud te halen. Ja. Dus zijn eigenlijk je huidige klanten zijn ook je klanten van de toekomst. En daar heb je dus veel minder acquisitiekosten voor, omdat je ze al binnen hebt. Dus daar kan je ook veel meer marge op maken.
Ja.
En eigenlijk is dat heel interessant om die slag te maken.
Zien jullie dat vaker bij andere bedrijven die ook heel hard aan het groeien zijn?
Ja, ik noemde net al dat de groei van toelevering best wel uitzonderlijk is. Wij zien heel veel start-ups in Nederland. Wij analyseren ongeveer zo'n 1200 unieke start-ups per jaar. En we begeleiden er samen met onze partners zo'n 500. Daar zit natuurlijk een beetje selectiebias in, maar als ik heel eerlijk ben, zijn er niet zo heel erg veel bedrijven die vanaf dag 1 een sweet spot hebben en heel snel groeien.
Ja.
Ik denk dat het percentage niet boven de 1% zit. Dus met andere woorden, de rest van de populatie heeft niet de situatie als Toelevering Online.
Want die lopen dan uiteindelijk tegen een muur aan, waardoor ze niet verder kunnen groeien?
Die hebben nog niet direct de sweet spot te pakken. Dus die moeten eigenlijk gaan zoeken om uiteindelijk daar wel te komen. Ze moeten dingetje veranderen, meer marktonderzoek doen, misschien een product veranderen. En dat zoeken, dat kost tijd, dat zoeken kost geld. Maar daar heb je dus ook aanpassingsvermogen voor nodig binnen de start-up. En als ze eenmaal iets gevonden hebben, wat we over het algemeen zien, is dat juist het lef om keuzes te maken, eigenlijk wat Daan net ook zei, om bijvoorbeeld bepaalde klantsegmenten gewoon niet meer actief te acquireren, dat levert een enorme impuls op verkoop.
Dus keuzes maken.
Keuzes maken.
Ja, mooi. Hey, ontzettend bedankt voor jullie verhaal. Ik denk dat het heel veel inzichten heeft opgeleverd. En sowieso hebben jullie met Toelevering Online een heel mooi verhaal natuurlijk. Voor start-ups die ook heel erg bezig zijn met groei en het definiëren van hun klant, wat zou jullie advies zijn voor hen? Ja,
en dan met name misschien voor de start-ups die eigenlijk hun klant nog moeten vinden. Probeer zo min mogelijk klanten te vinden.
Dus ook weer keuzes maken eigenlijk.
Keuzes maken. Dus neem het lef om heel selectief te zijn en om met een heel klein segment te beginnen. En ik weet dat dit haak staat op het advies wat de meeste start-ups krijgen. Maar in alle data zien we hetzelfde. Bedrijven die heel klein beginnen, daar tractie hebben, referentie op kunnen bouwen en vanuit daar verder groeien. Dat werkt in 9 van de 10 gevallen veel beter dan proberen direct iedereen als klant binnen te halen.
Ja, kan ik me voorstellen. Beter eerst focussen op als het ware 1 persoon en die helemaal in de watten leggen in plaats van meteen 100 mensen naar de zin te maken.
Pak een klein segment en focus daarop.
Ja. En voor jou, Daan, wat zou jouw advies zijn?
Nou, ik kan het eigenlijk alleen maar bevestigen. In België hebben wij beide methodes toegepast, laat ik het zo maar even zeggen. Dus de original Toelevering Online methode. Lees bevel opgericht, platform live gezet, gas erop. Kijken of je de e-commerce machine draaiende kan krijgen. Nou, de manier waarop ik het al vertel is het al helder dat niet gelukt is. Dus daar hadden we niet dezelfde... Eigenlijk wat we hier hebben staan, hebben we gewoon gekopieerd. En je ziet gewoon in een andere markt dat dus blijkbaar dus net niet de sweet spot is.
Ja.
Nou, dat ging overigens redelijk tegelijkertijd met het programma wat we doorlopen hebben. En eigenlijk precies wat Gijs nu zegt, hebben we gewoon in België toegepast. Dus teruggeschaald. We hebben met 2 man zijn we gewoon de markt gaan verkennen. Gewoon mensen, een lijst. Kun je heel makkelijk doen vanuit Google. Lijst pakken, bellen, interviews afnemen. En maar vragen. En dan niet eens zozeer naar toekomstige dingen vragen, maar vragen naar van, hey, als het goed is, jij bent een bouwbedrijf of een schrijnwerker, zoals het dan zo mooi heet. Plaats je ramen en hoeveel dan? En waar loop jij tegenaan? Wat is jouw probleem? Nou, en wat we... dat hebben we met 2 man hebben we dan een half jaar weer veel tijd in gezet. En wat we nu zien... Nu zijn we een beetje op een running langzamerhand. Heel rustig, heel voorzichtig. Maar wel in één keer de goede. En gek genoeg zie je daar 2 mooie dingen uitkomen. De mensen die we geïnterviewd hebben, die we vervolg een opspraak hebben gehad, die we echt goede gesprekken hebben gehad, daar zijn er een paar van overgebleven waar tijd echt die van essence is, zeg maar. Dus die kunnen we heel goed helpen. En we zijn er meteen achter gekomen dat er ook een grote groep is waar we niet eens aan gedacht hadden. In dit geval zijn het particulieren in België.
Ja.
Waar hun pensioenstelsel iets anders werkt. Die dus allemaal oude huisjes kopen, opknappen, appartementjes neerzetten en vervolgens gaan verhuren.
Ja.
Dat betekent wel in die renovatieclusters ze allemaal nodig hebben.
Ja.
Dus daar zitten wij nu alweer in te switchen van, dat is wel interessant. Misschien zijn dat juist net, want dat huis staat een paar maanden leeg voordat ze het kunnen verhuren. Omdat het kozijn pas veel later in het bouwproces wordt geplaatst.
Ja.
Dus de originele, ik denk dat we in Nederland echt wel, geluk, de slimme jongens, goed over nagedacht. Als je dat nu mist en in België, dan is het eigenlijk precies wat Gijs zegt. Veel tijd en effort steken, gewoon simpelweg in het interviews. Je hebt ook al gezegd 100 interviews of 10 interviews. Leren. En dan een paar klanten vinden die exact hetzelfde probleem hebben en die bereid zijn te betalen voor je oplossing.
Ja.
En dan gaat het lopen.
Dus met een klein segment beginnen, zodat je uiteindelijk groter kunt groeien.
Exact.
Nou, dat is eigenlijk precies waar het vandaag om draait hier op Enschede Slush'D, where seeds sprout and grow even bigger.
Ja.
Dus ik denk dat dat een mooie afronding is van deze podcast. Ik wil jullie ontzettend bedanken en geniet van de rest van jullie dag.
Graag gedaan. Dankjewel.
9? Okay.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Welcome to today's episode of the Reach podcast Startup Stimmen. My name is Greta. I'm your host for this podcast session. Usually, I'm a startup coach at Reach, a Regio Startup Center. But today, we are in our live version here at Slush'D in Enschede, Slush'D 2024. We're super excited. And today, in our podcast studio, we have a very cool guest, which I want to say hi to right now. So, Jos, nice to have you here today. You're here as a representative of Voltag / 1,5 Grad Münsterland. So really cool to have you here. You may just want to introduce yourself to your audience today. So just give us an overview who you are and what you're doing, and then we directly dive into our podcast session.
Yes. Thank you very much, Greta, for the introduction. My name is Jos Eisberg. I'm originated in Münster, which is close to the Dutch border. And a couple of years ago, I started a startup company in the renewables field called Voltag. We built this company up together with my brother, and we sold it in August 2022 to 1,5 Grad. So now Voltag is a part of 1,5 Grad, and I'm here to talk about the journey, how we maybe built up Voltag, and how it is now integrated into 1,5 Grad.
Which is a very interesting story. That's what I might say ahead of everything we're going to hear from you now. Yes, it's already said, we're glad to have you today, and I think together we can dive into the soul topics or the up and downs that came along with the big thing you did together with 1,5 Grad. So, but at first I think we want to start with a traditional entry question. You didn't hear that before this recording, so I'm very keen to hear what you think about it. So our entry question is, who or what inspires you personally the most?
Who or what? Oh.
You choose. And it's a tough one, I know, but always interesting to hear this from our guests.
Yeah, it's a Steve Jobs, Elon Musk mix, I would say. Steve Jobs because of product and design, and Elon Musk because of just being super hardworking, motivation, and also transitioning to a renewable future.
I see.
Those are
That's good.
two main inspirations, I think.
I see. Very good. Thanks for sharing. But yeah, today in this episode, so we called it Joining Forces for Impact, which is already a big thing. And I think a nice heading for the process you managed to do with Voltag. To highlight out the details. So we want to talk about the post-acquisition synergies between Voltag and 1,5 Grad, because that's what you dealt with over the last, I think, we can say years already, years.
So it's almost, it's a little bit more than 2 years ago.
Yeah, very cool.
That we integrated into 1,5 Grad.
Which is one of the renewable energy unicorns from Germany.
Exactly.
That's something I think we need to highlight for everyone. So
yes.
A big thing to work together with. Yeah, but maybe you can just give us some insights if you already wanted to start. So
sure. So 1,5 Grad is a company built in Germany founded by Philipp Schröder. And they bought worldwide companies that are in the renewables field. We started with photovoltaics and battery systems. We integrated EV charging and now also heat pumps. And in Germany, we currently have about 40 locations where we are active. And we are a local kind of subsidiary of 1,5 Grad. And so the challenge for us after we got into 1, was that you obviously have some local specialties in the markets with customers. Also, you have a marketing, and you kind of have a transition phase where you adopt the brand, you adopt the processes, you adopt the systems. Of 1,5 Grad, and you kind of have to also manage the transition from being completely independent. We bootstrapped Voltag, so it was always mostly me and my brother taking all the decisions. We were very independent, and now we had to do a lot of change management into a bigger corporation that also has their own processes and their own requirements. So that was a very interesting process.
I see. And you think maybe you can also give us an insight where the unique advantages you're already seeing now. So from this from this together working process, because I think that's how it feels like, because it's not from one day to another everything changes, but you get used to the whole new way of work. So how do you benefit from that?
Yeah.
From the now perspective.
So the main reason for us was that as a local installer of renewable systems, you have certain dreams, or you think about some things that you want to realize. For example, software, scaling up energy management systems also. And as a small local installer, it's very hard to invest and also invent these kind of systems. So for us, the main reason why we wanted to join was a system called Heartbeat. Mm-hmm. And that system is a software that optimizes your PV installation with your electric vehicle and also with your heat pump. So you can think about it as, when you're a homeowner, you produce your own electricity, but then what do you do with it? It's also a matter of the grid and for society in general, because one option is just to feed in the electricity into the grid, and then we have to spend a lot of money distributing it in the grid to maybe another household or to a company. But what the energy management system Heartbeat does is it mainly looks at your own consumption, and it first distributes the energy within the household. So let's say you have a heat pump, and the heat pump normally would be on and off in very predefined cycles. So you heat up for half an hour, and then it's for 2 hours it's off, for example. When there's intelligence in the system, you can say, okay, I have a lot of energy right now from my roof, so I'm just going to heat up my water, for example, for the night. Now, because I have the energy and it's basically for free coming now. And then you use that hot water at night to take a shower or to, in the winter, heat up your house. And the same goes with the EV charger. Usually you put in the plug and you have a steady kind of output of energy into your car. But when the energy management system comes into play, you can say, okay, I have energy right now from my own roof, and I'm just going to use the electricity once it's for free for my own roof, for my car. And when it's not there, I'm not charging the car. I'm just telling the car, okay, you need to be at least at 80% the next morning, for example. So, and then the system itself makes the decisions.
Cool.
And this kind of technology, it's very difficult to develop in a small team. And this is why I think it was just this made us decide to join forces with 1,5 Grad, and we don't regret it. It's very nice.
I see.
Yeah,
okay.
It's very great, right?
Yeah.
Like software just bringing intelligence to a very to like the renewable space, and then everything makes so much more sense.
It's cool because you probably, not even probably, you obviously made your decision product-wise. So you saw that's a huge benefit for a product you already offer. Yeah. We can combine that and have superpower together as this whole thing under the umbrella of 1,5 Grad. Yeah. And you're already wearing the shirt, which means you are here for 1,5 Grad, right? Yeah. I think for founders mindset also a thing, because the Voltaic company was probably everything you were working on together with your brother. Yeah. You mentioned that in the beginning. So a big deal for the two of you, I guess. Yeah. The biggest deal probably. So I imagine the mindset shift in the beginning is hard not to crack. So would you agree? Or was that easy for you because you saw our product is working out so well? It's just good for us.
No, it's never easy. I think for any entrepreneur, it's it's a decision you have to think about, and you also have to manage. So we took our time. We did a co-branding in the beginning for the first 6-12 months, and then we completely switched to the brand because we also had some customers in Münster and around Münster that already knew about us. We had some local marketing going on. So we made a kind of transition that took a year or 1.5 years. And that I think also helped our employees to not just throw away the old story and everything is new, but to more transition into the new world of 1,5 Grad.
I see. Probably same for the customers, right? Because
exactly.
They were your customers, customers of Voltag, and then they were kind of automatically customers of 1,5 Grad. So not so easy to manage, but probably a good resource that 1,5 Grad does that all the time, and that's part of their idea of their startup. So they probably had good advice on managing this, right?
Yes, and also in the beginning we thought Voltag is a stronger local brand, but then Voltag 1, was so strong in the media. We had Handelsblatt articles. We had our CEO of 1,5 Grad was in a short clip in Galileo, Tagesschau, things like this. So you start seeing, okay, the brand 1,5 Grad is becoming so much more powerful than our local brand that it at some point felt very natural just to use that brand also.
Yeah, they're doing a lot in that field, right?
Yeah.
So a huge management.
I mean, Sophia was at Reach, right?
Yeah, right. She was a keynote speaker at one of our events, the Demo Day, which was really nice to meet her. Yeah. And she talked about it a lot, that it's a big part of the whole 1,5 Grad story to tell the story to the people, because it's a great story.
Yeah.
Yes. Cool.
Yeah.
But are there already maybe also lessons learned? So I mean, it probably wasn't all easy and cool to do. So maybe you can give us a few insights on the stuff you had to tackle to do good work still on 1,5 Grad Münsterland together with Voltag and just all mesh together.
Yeah. So I think the biggest challenge is that you have your local, you have your way of doing things, to put it in an easy manner. And then you suddenly have 20 other companies that are doing more or less the same, but everybody is doing it kind of in their way. And then there is probably a best practice everywhere. We are very good at, say, a certain field. The setup of our installations is very good. So we are best practice for something. Other companies are very good at other things. And to kind of always combine all the best practices and also look at the other companies, what are they doing great, what are they maybe not so strong at. And then combining those best practices, I think, is very painful for some of the employees also, because we have to change the process. We maybe have to change the software. So they got used to something for 2-3 years. And then suddenly we look at somebody in Bavaria doing exactly the same thing, but twice as good. And then, we have to adapt and also get to that level. And that, I think, is definitely, you also have to manage that, right? It's not easy you have to be a bit humble and also say, okay, well, these guys obviously they're doing it a lot better than us, so we have to change. So before they used to be competitors and you didn't look inside, you just saw, okay, they are there, they're fighting for the same customers as we do. But now you get insight into 20 other companies that are in the same field, and you are getting to know the weak strength, and then suddenly you see, oh, we maybe also have a weakness here and there, so we have to change. Yeah.
Can be overwhelming, but
exactly,
as mentioned in the beginning, again, sounds to me like a very product-focused decision you made. So always keeping that in mind to make good decisions. So and probably or I hope so, the employees who you just mentioned also have the product in mind. So they're also good with product-focused decisions. But so generally, were there many adjustments you had to make on your offer, on your product, so that it fits in this whole idea of 1,5?
Yeah. So I would say changes, no, but it added another layer on top of our product.
Because
so
everything's connected now, and it's not just the user.
Exactly. So we used to be very much a hardware-focused company. So we would do the installation on the rooftop. An electrician would come and do the electrical installation at home. And then we would say, this is the bill, please pay. Bye-bye. And this is how solar worked for the last 20 years. And now we added the software and the intelligence layer on it. So now when we leave, the customer is our energy customer also, and is going to stay the customer for the next, if we do our job well, 10, 20, whatever years. And we just added one more unique selling proposition on top of, hey, we're going to do a great installation, we're going to be there for you in case something breaks, but also just to add the software layer to the hardware. So combining hardware and software, I think, is also going to be the key going forward, combining these two, because no solar installer in 5 years is going to be able to sell a system without an intelligent connection to the heat pump, to the EV charger, even sometimes to household items like a fridge, washing machine. There's all sorts of smaller applications that can also be very intelligently managed in anyone's household.
Yes, I see. So sounds like the future is always combined products, right? So, but you mentioned that a few times now. So you had to focus on the product. You had to see what do we need to have a good product. So you needed those services, and instead of making it up on your own, you found good strategic partners.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Sounds like a good idea to have this big goal of tackling the climate problems we got to work on as humanity. So you think this strategic alignment could be one way, maybe the way for companies that are somehow doing something you did before, or working in the solar climate sector, working together? Is that the way to go?
Yeah, I think it depends on the industry you are in. So we had a very local business, and by joining forces with 1,5 Grad, we could adapt best practices, we could add a software layer. I think many startups are in industries where it depends also on how fast can you grow, how deep are your pockets, how much money can you invest in your product, and then how fast you can find clients and grow. So kind of winner takes it all market. The photovoltaics market is very decentralized because it's local, and we added this 1,5 Grad software digitalization layer on top to make us stronger, but still we are there as a local partner to our customers, to our employees, etc. So I think it's a very special combination, and I'm not sure if it's a general advice that I would give is to, hey, when you're small and you're just starting up, sell as soon as possible into like a bigger structure, because it's going to make everything better. It worked in our case, but I think in general, each entrepreneur, founder has to make their own decisions on the pros and the cons of going into a bigger construct and ultimately to sell.
So in the end, you would say joining forces to scale innovative businesses by collaboration is a 10 out of 10 would recommend thing.
I would recommend and still say do your own due diligence and make sure you take the right decision for your own company, because it's never a one size fits all. You really have to take a look at your own business model and see if the pros overweigh the cons. But in general, like for us, our impact doubled or tripled by joining forces, and that's I think how it's supposed to be. We are installing a lot more. Our value proposition is a lot stronger. Better software. I mean, it can have a major impact.
Yes.
And otherwise, we would have stayed like a local business, which is also great.
You would still have what you had.
Exactly.
But now you have something else you also enjoy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see. That makes sense.
Yeah.
So now that we're heading towards the end of this podcast episode, maybe you have a special advice for startups who think of joining bigger forces in the sector they're working in, working together with big companies or scale-ups. So this whole situation, you have a general advice or something you would have loved to know before you did this step you could give to founders that are working on their startup and thinking of this big step right now?
So I think don't rush the decision. We took a year to consider, and we did a due diligence ourselves on who was going to acquire us and who was going to to be our partner for the coming years. So it's not only about, I think, like opening your own books and let them look at what you have to offer, but also look at the investor / corporate that wants to acquire you and make sure the gut feeling is good, but also do a little bit of due diligence on like what is really going to change for you, and just in the end make your own decision, and no matter how you decide, make the best out of it.
I see. So no blind decisions.
No,
trust
take
your gut
time.
feelings, take your
Exactly.
time, and then choose the way that's best for your product, because that's what we heard from you a few times now. Cool.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for this advice. So let's close with our traditional closing question, which is, what is the most important thing that you've learned during your own founding startup journey and just general working experience, and how did it change you? What was your biggest learning? How did it change you?
So I was, I think, a little bit impatient in the beginning. We started in a very small team, 2-3, the circle of co-founders, first employees was like really 2-3 people. And then once you get people in, you also kind of become a little bit of a manager. And I think I was a little bit impatient at times. And now it's really about also listening and learning from the people that do the everyday job. And also not always talking, deciding, pretending you're the boss and you tell them how to do it, but more listening, being patient, and then finding a good solution together.
For everyone.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well said. Thank you very much.
I think that's very important when you grow your company.
Yes, and something that's hard to learn sometimes.
Because you stop you can lose touch with the day-to-day work with the customer and the product. So I think it's very important to listen.
And you need to, that's my opinion, you need to find out where to set your responsibility. So who and what are you responsible for? Because it can be everything. So you need to focus, and often it's also the people that do everything, the daily work, the day-to-day product, but also the management stuff. So keeping all that together and making good decisions isn't easy. Sometimes you might not hit the point, but still, as long as you're working on that, I think you're getting better. And I would totally agree with you, and so interesting that you shared this with us. So, okay, Jos, thank you very much for being here today. Thanks for being at Slush'D, for doing cool networking with all the great people that are here, for joining our podcast episode. And I hope you have a great day at this event and enjoy everything that's getting offered. And I want to say thank you to all our listeners. Thank you very much for being part of this podcast episode today. And we wish you to stay curious. Thank you.
4, 3, 2, bitte.
Herzlich willkommen zu unserer heutigen Folge des Reach Podcast Startup Stimmen. Wir sind jetzt heute in einem ganz besonderen Setting. Wir sind live auf der Enschede Slush 2024, also der größten, eines Ablegers der größten Startup-Messe Europas, der Slush in Helsinki. Deshalb sind wir sehr aufgeregt, heute hier vor Ort zu sein mit unseren wunderbaren Gästen. Ich bin Greta Böske, ich bin die Hostin dieses Podcasts und wenn ich das nicht bin, bin ich Startup-Coachin im Reach Euregio Startup Center. Und zu Gast habe ich zwei wunderbare GästInnen, und zwar einmal Thorsten Wiesel und Anna Christmann. Und am schönsten wäre es, wenn ihr euch einfach mal auf die Schnelle selbst vorstellt und unseren ZuhörerInnen verratet, in welcher Rolle ihr heute hier auf der Slush seid. Vielleicht Anna Christmann zuerst.
Ja, sehr gerne. Ich freue mich sehr, hier dabei zu sein, denn ich bin Beauftragte für digitale Wirtschaft und Startups am Bundesministerium für Wirtschaft und Klimaschutz in Deutschland. Ein langer Titel, aber zusammenfassend kümmere ich mich um alles rund um die deutsche Startup-Strategie, mit der wir versuchen, Startups möglichst gut zu unterstützen. Und in der Rolle bin ich hier heute hier und freue mich sehr auf den Austausch.
Wunderbar, ein herzliches Willkommen an unserer Seite. Thorsten Wiesel, auch gerne einmal vorstellen.
Ja, danke, Greta. Thorsten Wiesel, ich habe Hüte auf, diverse Hüte. Der eine Hut ist, ich bin Professor für Marketing an der Uni Münster. Und der andere Hut, deswegen bin ich, glaube ich, dann hier heute, ich habe das Startup Center, das Reach Startup Center in Münster mit aufgebaut, bin der akademische Leiter von, und wir jetzt in der Startup-Strategie versuchen wir jetzt auch den nächsten Schritt zusammen hier mit unseren Partnern in Niederlanden zu machen, für die Startup Factory einen erfolgreichen Antrag einzureichen, damit diese beiden Programme einfach zusammenpassen dann, aus unserer Sicht.
Ich glaube, Startup Factory ist schon ein spannendes Stichwort, über das wir im weiteren Verlauf dieser Folge bestimmt nochmal sprechen. Der Titel der Folge ist Wissenschaftsbasierte Startups stärken und fördern. Das sagt schon sehr, sehr viel aus, glaube ich. Ich stelle einfach mal ein paar Fragen, über die wir dann gemeinsam sprechen können. Und wenn weitere Themen aufkommen, sind wir da auch sehr offen für. Und dann landen wir, glaube ich, im Laufe des Gesprächs vielleicht auch mal bei den Startup Factories, die auf jeden Fall schon mal eine vielversprechende Möglichkeit sind, die Förderung von wissenschaftsbasierten und wissensbasierten Startups in Zukunft sicherzustellen und weiterhin zu unterstützen. Welche Rolle haben Hochschulen, vielleicht eurer Meinung nach ganz generell, für die Förderung von Innovation, ganz generell zur Lösung, aber vor allem auch gesellschaftlicher, herausragender Probleme?
Ja, eine
große
ganz
Frage direkt.
herausragende Rolle, wenn ich da direkt einsteigen kann. Das sehen wir wirklich an der exzellenten Forschung, die natürlich an unseren Universitäten passiert. Und in Deutschland haben wir wirklich eine hohe Vielfalt einfach an Hochschulen. Das ist auch ein bisschen so das Besondere an Deutschland. Wir sind sehr divers und dezentral aufgestellt, haben irgendwie nicht den einen Hotspot, sondern im ganzen Land exzellente Universitäten und Hochschulen. Aber wir haben eben die Lücke, die es leider in einigen Ländern in Europa gibt. Wir schaffen es noch nicht gut genug, aus diesem exzellenten Wissen dann wirklich auch die Lösungen zu bauen und an den Markt zu bringen, die dann tatsächlich ja auch die Probleme lösen können, die wir haben. Und das ist ja im Energiebereich natürlich der Fall, Gesundheitsbereich. Überall können ja neue Technologien einen ganz großen Beitrag leisten. Aber sie nutzen uns eben nichts in den Laboren, sondern wir brauchen die Leute, die es dann in die Praxis bringen. Und das sind eben ganz oft Startups, und deswegen hat es für uns auch einen ganz entscheidenden Fokus in der Startup-Strategie, diesen Transfer von den Unis in die Praxis zu unterstützen, und da sind die Startup Factories ein zentrales Programm von. Jetzt bauen wir ein bisschen Spannung auf, was das in einer
Ja, total, das ist gut.
Naja, beantworten wir das auch gar nicht, ne?
Das machen wir. Wir können das auch jetzt direkt machen. Startup Factories.
Nee, wir wollen jetzt ja schon den Bogen spannen.
Ja, sehr, sehr gerne. Eine Sache, die Anna, du gerade erwähnt hast. Wir haben eben gerade schon ein spannendes Panel gehört hier auf der Slush, bei dem du auch zu Gast warst. Und da habe ich mir ein Statement hängen geblieben, und das war von dir ehrlicherweise: Europe's always the last. Und das passt vielleicht ganz gut zu dem, was du gerade gesagt hast, oder? Vielleicht magst du dazu nochmal Bezug nehmen. Es ist nicht nur eine Sache von Deutschland vielleicht, sondern so ein bisschen vielleicht Teil der Kultur von exzellenter europäischer Forschung und dem Transfer in Startups, in Innovation und in Lösungen zu Problemen.
Genau, also wichtig ist zu wissen, wenn wir über europäischen Transfer reden, ist das Problem eigentlich in Europa überall so ein bisschen ähnlich. Und es geht nicht darum, wie der Wettbewerb ist irgendwie zwischen Berlin und Paris oder München und London, sondern es geht eigentlich darum, wie kann Europa auch wieder Ort der neuen Technologien, Pionier sein in bestimmten Entwicklungen. Im Moment passiert das ehrlicherweise ja in der Regel in anderen Regionen der Welt. Und es gibt 1000 Bücher über die USA und China und Asien und wie schnell dort alles passiert. Aber was in Europa gerade so passiert, kommt in diesen Büchern manchmal gar nicht vor. Und das ist etwas, was mich auch sehr ärgert und was, glaube ich, eine große Aufgabe für Europa ist. Deswegen haben wir uns auch stark gemacht und hat zum Beispiel Deutschland mit Frankreich zusammen auch einen European Tech Deal vorgeschlagen, jetzt für die nächste Legislatur auch der Europäischen Kommission. Weil ich glaube, wir müssen da echt einen richtigen Batzen drauflegen in Europa, damit wir hier wieder schneller werden. Und ein wirklich zentraler Baustein ist eben genau dieses schneller im Transfer zu sein. Wir haben oft nicht genug Geld, wir haben oft nicht die Geschwindigkeit und dafür brauchen wir eben diese Ökosysteme. Forschung und privates Kapital und die mit dem nötigen Mindset, wie man so schön sagt, die müssen besser zusammenkommen und da haben wir in Europa und auch in Deutschland noch einen Weg vor uns.
Ja.
Und vor allen Dingen, glaube ich, nochmal dieses Mindset, ne? Das habt ihr eben auf dem Panel auch schon gehabt. Ja? Entrepreneurship ist natürlich der englische Begriff, wenn man so will, aber es geht ja eigentlich in Deutsch heißt Unternehmertum. Ja? Und das heißt Leute, die was unternehmen. Ja? Und das brauchen wir bei den Forschern, ja, die ihre Ideen auf den Markt bringen wollen und dadurch auch einen Vorteil für sich sehen, weil sie sehen, dass ich habe nicht nur eine Publikation, sondern ich sehe, wie mein Produkt, meine Idee ja, umgesetzt wird, die was helfen kann. Ja, das ist eine wichtige Sache. Wir brauchen aber die Studierenden, die auch daran denken und nicht nur denken, na, jetzt bin ich auch Beamter, die wollen Beamter werden, um einen sicheren Job zu haben, sondern die was unternehmen wollen. Und die können entweder selber gründen oder aber in Startups arbeiten oder aber bei Unternehmen, die ja auch einen riesen Transformationsauftrag haben, dass sie da auch damit helfen können. Ja, also dann Entrepreneurship würden wir es dann so nennen, wenn wir es versuchen, einen angelsächsischen Begriff dafür zu bekommen. Ja. Und ich glaube, das brauchen wir, diese Mindset auch. Ja. Wir haben die Ideen, wir haben gute Forschungsprogramme für da, wo wir noch keine Ideen haben, da geht's los, da kriegen wir Lösungen für das, für die Challenges, die wir haben. Aber wir brauchen dann noch Leute, die das auf die Straße bringen. Ja? Und das muss nicht der Forscher sein, aber es kann der Forscher sein und es kann aber auch andere Leute sein. Das müssen wir einfach verbinden, was du mit Ökosystem gesagt hast. Ja, wir wissen eigentlich, wie alles geht, wir müssen nur schneller werden, wir müssen die Leute so ein bisschen mal dazu zwingen, ist vielleicht das falsche Wort, aber zu bringen, dass es cool ist, dass es Spaß macht, dass es was Besonderes ist, auch Dinge mal umzusetzen. Ja? Und auch mal ein Risiko einzugehen. Und das Risiko ist aber auch überschaubar, weil wir diese ganzen Strukturen haben, weil wir wissen, wie es geht, weil wir hoffentlich mehr Kapital haben in Zukunft. Und wenn nicht, gibt es immer noch genügend Jobs, weil wir haben einen riesen Arbeitskräftemangel. Also man fällt eigentlich relativ weich, wenn man Dinge mal einfach ausprobiert und einfach mal macht. Ja.
Vielleicht kann man noch mal erwähnen, dass wir natürlich auch nicht bei Null anfangen.
Ja,
also wir haben diese Kultur jetzt schon seit längerem, dass wir die versuchen aufzubauen. Das zentrale Förderprogramm, was, glaube ich, viele kennen, die irgendwie ein bisschen in dem Bereich unterwegs sind, ist natürlich das Exist-Programm, wo man irgendwie schon jetzt seit vielen Jahren, wir hatten gerade 25 Jahre Jubiläum Exist, kann man ein Gründungsstipendium bekommen für ein Jahr, wenn man irgendwie eine Uni-Verbindung hat und dann kann man irgendwie ein Jahr sich um seine Unternehmensgründung kümmern. Das ist ein sehr erfolgreiches Programm, was schon viele Gründungen hervorgebracht hat auch eine Schwester sozusagen Exist Forschungstransfer, wo es wirklich nochmal um größere Technologieprojekte geht, wo man auch Geld wirklich für die Hardware sozusagen kennt. Und ich glaube, das ist auch nochmal ein wichtiger Punkt, dass wir natürlich gerade bei diesen wissensbasierten Startups, die aus Unis kommen, die Chance haben, auch das zu nutzen stärker, was wirklich eine Stärke in Deutschland auch ist, nämlich da, wo es wirklich um Dinge geht, die produziert werden, Hardware-spezifische, ne? Die großen Softwareplattformen, das ist irgendwie ein bisschen an uns vorbeigegangen, muss man auch sagen. Und die große Chance, die wir aber haben, ist natürlich im ganzen industriellen Umfeld, im Maschinenbau. Und da kommt natürlich, was wir heute so schön Deep Tech nennen, ganz viel aus dem Uni-Umfeld. Und das wollen wir eigentlich wirklich in die Unternehmen der Zukunft bringen, in den Mittelstand von morgen, wie man immer so schön sagt. Und da haben wir jetzt aber eben die Beobachtung gemacht, Exist, das hat viel Gutes gebracht und ist ein gutes Basisprogramm, aber wir brauchen irgendwie nochmal diesen Qualitätssprung, müssen eben nochmal mehr Leute zusammenbringen mit verschiedenen Hintergründen, brauchen nochmal die privaten Partner stärker an den Unis dran und wollen auch was international Sichtbares aufbauen, dass wirklich auch mal aus der Welt auf Deutschland geguckt wird und sagt, Mensch, bei den Unis in Deutschland, da passiert ja richtig was. Daraus entstehen die Unternehmen von morgen. Das ist interessant, das gucke ich mir an und bringe vielleicht auch mal ein bisschen Geld mit, was ich nach Deutschland bringe. Das muss ja irgendwie so ein Anspruch sein, den wir am Ende haben. Und dafür haben wir jetzt diesen berühmten Wettbewerb begonnen, zu dem wir vielleicht jetzt doch mal ein bisschen was sagen.
Sehr gerne, auf den wir jetzt
schon?
passend dazu auch, doch, wir können den Cliffhanger an dieser Stelle überführen, in die Antwort auf die Frage. Darauf kann man auf jeden Fall jetzt, glaube ich, gut mal eingehen. Also es ist Stichwort Startup Factories, wie eingangs schon genannt, eine herausragende neue Möglichkeit, auf die gerade viele hinarbeiten und hinfiebern, die auch aus dem Hochschulkontext im Startup-Umfeld unterwegs sind und die viel Potenzial bietet, den Fortbestand von dieser gerade erwähnten, schon bestehenden Innovationskultur zu sichern. Vielleicht gibst du noch mal ein paar Einblicke, was sich dahinter verbirgt. Startup Factories.
Genau, sehr gerne.
Das ist mal ein Trommelwirbel.
Ja, genau.
Genau, lüften wir das Geheimnis. Das ist ein Kernprojekt unserer Startup-Strategie, sind diese Startup Factories, weil wir sagen, der ganze Transferbereich ist eben einer unserer zentralen Handlungsfelder. Und die Startup Factories sind ein Wettbewerb, den wir gestartet haben, der jetzt gerade mittendrin ist. Wir sind in der sogenannten Konzeptphase. Das heißt, in diesem Moment arbeiten 15 Teams daran, am Ende eine Startup Factory zu werden. Wir haben gesagt, am Ende gibt es so 5 bis 10. Mal sehen, wie gut die Anträge am Ende sind, wie viele wir dann auswählen können. Aber wir sind jetzt schon wirklich sehr glücklich mit denen, die jetzt gerade diese Konzepte entwickeln, diese 15 Teams. Und ein Team bedeutet, dass es eine oder mehrere Hochschulen, die sich zusammengetan haben, zusammen mit privaten Partnern. Und das ist eben das Entscheidende. Wir wollen wirklich diese zum Teil unsichtbare Grenze zwischen privatem Geld, zwischen Unternehmen und sozusagen der akademischen Forschung aufbrechen und sagen, nein, die Synergie entsteht eigentlich gerade dann, wenn das zusammenkommt. Das heißt, wir finanzieren diese Startup Factories am Ende mit 50%, 10 Millionen über 5 Jahre. Und die anderen 50%, also auch nochmal 10 Millionen, müssen diese Teams aber privat aufbringen. Dann ist es für einige Hochschulen relativ normal, die sind gewohnt, mit privaten Partnern zusammenzuarbeiten. Für andere ist es aber auch ziemlich neu. Und wir haben gesagt, da müssen wir ja erstmal gucken, wer ist denn da so aktiv und wen können wir denn da gewinnen. Also das ist jetzt gerade so die harte Arbeit, in der die mittendrin sind. Und das alleine ist, glaube ich, schon ein wahnsinniger Fortschritt für das gesamte Ökosystem in Deutschland, dass da jetzt gerade Leute zusammenkommen, die vorher nicht kooperiert haben. Auch, dass mehrere Hochschulen zusammenarbeiten, ist zum Teil neu. Oft hat man sich auch in der gleichen Region doch manchmal eher als Konkurrent verstanden und gesagt, ich mache hier aber meine Transfersachen und ihr macht eure. Und jetzt merkt man aber, um eine gewisse Größenordnung zu erreichen und eben wirklich am Ende diese internationale Sichtbarkeit auch anzustreben, muss man sich auch zusammentun. Und das ist wirklich jetzt für uns von der politischen Seite toll zu sehen, wie diese Teams sich gefunden haben, wie wirklich da Ideen entwickelt worden sind und Leute zusammengekommen sind, die das, glaube ich, sonst nicht in gleicher Weise getan hätten. Und es hat auch den Effekt, dass das wirklich an Relevanz an den Hochschulen gewinnt, weil wir haben manchmal noch das Problem, dass eine Hochschule traditionell, gerade die Unis, sich als Lehr- und Forschungsbetrieb verstehen und alles andere ist so ein bisschen Beiwerk. Aber Transfer ist eben auch eine dieser 3 Säulen eigentlich der Universitäten. Und dass das wirklich Kernaufgabe auch vom Präsidium, vom Rektorat aus ist, das ist ganz entscheidend, damit es am Ende wirklich läuft. Und da sehen wir, hat so ein Wettbewerb schon so einen gewissen Effekt, dass man merkt, ach okay, wenn ich da erfolgreich bin, dann klopft mir vielleicht auch als Rektor jemand auf die Schulter oder als Präsidentin. Und da ist mein Eindruck, dass das wirklich auch dabei gerade sehr hilft. Und insofern freuen wir uns, dass so fleißig gearbeitet wird. Und ich bin sehr gespannt, wenn dann Anfang des nächsten Jahres eine Jury entscheiden wird, welche Startup Factories wir dann tatsächlich haben. Aber jetzt hören wir vielleicht nochmal die praktische Seite dazu.
Ja, genau.
Ich merke, es braucht mich gar nicht in diesem Podcast, weil ihr spielt euch den Ball zu, das ist wunderbar. Genau. Ja. Thorsten, du bist zufälligerweise genau auf der anderen Seite dieses Wettbewerbs, so wie Anna es gerade genannt hat. Das ist fantastisch.
Als wenn es abgesprochen wäre. So
schieß
ungefähr.
los.
Ja, wir sind ja eine von den Teams. Ne? Also wir hatten ja vielleicht das Reach, das Startup Center wurde ja aus einer NRW-Initiative rausgegründet, da gab es ja mehrere auch. Das hat uns schon sehr, sehr geholfen. Das hat auch zum Beispiel auch im Präsidium oder bei uns im Rektorat sehr geholfen, dass nämlich Rektor beispielsweise oder das ganze Rektorat das immer wieder auch nach außen kommuniziert. Im Neujahrsempfang werden wir als einen der Leuchttürme, als ein besonderes Projekt, als ein besonders erfolgreiches Projekt dargestellt. Wir haben immer von Anfang an gesagt, okay, es reicht nicht Uni Münster, weil bei dem NRW war es auch so, dass dann nur Universitäten, also keine Fachhochschulen, nur Universitäten den Antrag reinbringen konnten. Wir haben gleich gesagt, okay, wir wollen das mit der FH zusammen machen. Da sind wir sehr, sehr eng jetzt. Ja. Aber nicht nur da, sondern auch so, deswegen sind wir hier auch unter anderem in den Niederlanden mit der Universität Twente, die ja da sehr, sehr erfolgreich gewesen ist. Die haben sich selber verglichen, okay, wir sind so das Unternehmertum oder die TUM von den Niederlanden. Ja. Die sind auch schon mehrmals die Most Entrepreneurial University of the Netherlands geworden. Also da haben wir einen sehr, sehr guten Partner, von dem wir am Anfang sehr viel lernen konnten, wo wir dann aber jetzt mittlerweile so auf Augenhöhe sind, wo wir uns gegenseitig helfen können. Und für die Startup Factory, was du ja eben auch gesagt hast, noch viel mehr. Da haben wir jetzt noch die Euregio, da ist noch Osnabrück mit dabei und da ist noch die Westfälische Hochschule dabei. Wir sind jetzt insgesamt 7 Hochschulen zusammen, die sich zusammentun, die da voneinander auch lernen können, die unterschiedliche Levels auch haben. Bei den einen sind vielleicht sogar auch die Unternehmen schon stärker involviert, bei den anderen sind die Hochschulen schon stärker und so weiter und können sich da auch gegeneinander helfen. Ja. Und wir sagen immer, es sind ungefähr 125.000 Studierende, die wir hier ansprechen. Es sind über fast 10.000 Wissenschaftler, die wir ansprechen können. Aber da ist ein Riesenpotenzial da. Und das, was wir eben ganz am Anfang hatten, nämlich diese Ideen mal auf die Straße zu bringen, das einfach zu machen. Da wird nicht jeder Entrepreneur, da wird nicht jeder gründen, aber wenn jeder halt auch dieses Entrepreneurial Spirit damit hinbringt, haben wir, glaube ich, grundsätzlich auch schon viel geholfen. Ja, da sind wir weit gekommen. Und deswegen finden wir dieses Projekt sehr, sehr interessant. Wir glauben, dass es genau das Richtige ist. Aber ja, es ist schon ganz schön tough, was wir da alles machen müssen, ehrlicherweise. Ja.
Viele interessante To-Dos, die da auf der Liste stehen.
Viele
Learnings aber auch dabei, viele Strukturen, so wie das bei uns ja auch gelebt, Strukturen, von denen wir generell überzeugt sind, genau. die da irgendwie jetzt mal instand gesetzt werden und auch mal ausgebaut werden, weil glaube ich, so kann man vielleicht generell sagen, auch die Startup-Center natürlich erkennen, dass da auf jeden Fall noch Potenziale sind, um weitere Schritte zu gehen in Zukunft. Wenn die Basis da ist, geht es darum, wie kann man sich jetzt weiterentwickeln, wo kann man einen Fokus setzen, wo sind vielleicht spannende Themen, die einfach auf die generellen Ziele, die wir alle hoffentlich haben, nämlich gesellschaftliche Veränderung, Wandel, die Probleme unserer Zeit zu lösen. Wo sind da vielleicht Potenziale, die man noch heben kann? Richtig?
Aber vielleicht auch dazu nochmal, weil ja, was du eben gesagt hast, ja eigentlich, und das merken wir bei uns auch immer noch, ne, eigentlich denken Hochschulen generell in Forschung und Lehre. Und was wir aber von Anfang an immer gesagt haben, auch mit unserem Rektorat zusammen ist, da ist ein gewissen Rückkopplungseffekt. Ne? Und wenn wir eine gewisse Leuchtturmcharakter haben, kommen auch vielleicht die besseren Studierenden auch zu uns. Also haben wir auch wieder für Lehre einen Vorteil. Wenn wir Leuchtturmcharakter haben, dann kommen auch vielleicht auch mehr andere Forscher zu uns. Das heißt, und die Qualität der Forschung geht auch hoch. Also es geht nicht nur um Transfer, sondern es gibt die Rückkopplung sowohl auf die Lehre als auch auf die Forschung. Und was wir auch immer gesagt haben, ja, liebe Forscher, wenn ihr Ideen zur Ausgründung hilft, die sind ja dann nicht fertig. Das heißt, die brauchen ja auch eine gewisse R&D auch noch. Das heißt, da kommen wieder Forschungsfragen in die Forschung zurück. Das heißt, wir können eigentlich alle nur davon profitieren. Und wir dürfen nicht dann in diesen Silos Forschung, Lehre und Transfer denken und nicht nur kurzfristig denken, sondern es kommt, dieses Startup-Deutsch Flywheel, das kommt richtig in Gang. Ja? Und so müssen wir es, glaube ich, auch noch stärker an die Hochschulen bringen und auch an die Hochschulen, die vielleicht nicht jetzt in dem Startup Factory dabei sind, dass die auch diesen Prozess vielleicht um kleinere Flamme, aber auch anfangen, diesen Prozess zu starten. Ja.
Was ich da sehr interessant finde, ist wirklich diese Beschreibung, dass die ganzen Kategorien von irgendwie Grundlagenforschung, angewandter Forschung, Transfer, das verschwimmt schon auch alles ein bisschen mit den neuen Technologien, die wir auch immer mehr sehen. Und ich meine, wenn man guckt, dass die größten Forschungsabteilungen eigentlich bei privaten Unternehmen mittlerweile sind, weltweit, nämlich natürlich bei den bekannten Großen, die irgendwie die künstliche Intelligenz von morgen alle fleißig selbst entwickeln, dann sieht man auch, dass sowas näher zusammenkommen muss. Und dass deswegen es genau richtig ist, dass da, wo die exzellente Forschung ist, auch dieser Transfer passieren muss, weil der zum Teil jetzt auch schon viel früher passiert, dass man Dinge auch in den Markt bringen kann, die vielleicht aber gerade erst eine relativ neue technologische Entwicklung sind. Und deswegen ist dieses Ökosystem so wichtig, eigentlich auf der einen Seite wirklich diese exzellenten Forschungsinstitute und Institutionen da dabei zu haben und auf der anderen Seite aber dann eben genau diese private Seite, die auch ein bisschen zieht und vielleicht auch helfen kann zu identifizieren, wo sind denn eigentlich die Neuentwicklungen, die gerade auch am Markt nachgefragt werden, die man schnell auch implementieren kann, und das ist ja genau der Sinn, wirklich solche Ökosysteme aufzubauen. Und was natürlich an dem Antrag hier jetzt spannend ist, ist nochmal diese europäische, quasi internationale Komponente. Das ist für uns natürlich auch interessant zu sehen. Wir haben ja absichtlich eigentlich auch relativ viel offen gelassen, würde ich jetzt mal sagen, bei dem Wettbewerb. Es gibt so ein paar Leitplanken, das ist vor allen Dingen dieses 50-50 öffentlich-privat. Aber ansonsten haben wir jetzt nicht vorgegeben, man muss sich besondere thematische Schwerpunkte nennen oder man muss mindestens so und so viele Partner haben, sondern das war jetzt ein Prozess, der dann von den Teams selber gekommen ist und da haben wir jetzt wirklich eine bunte Vielfalt und das ist natürlich auch super interessant, wenn dann einige dabei sind vielleicht, die eben auch wirklich nach Europa ausgreifen und es damit ja auch noch sichtbar machen. Andere vielleicht, wir haben eins dabei, das jetzt einen Medizinfokus zum Beispiel hat, ein bisschen enger auf bestimmte Themen gehen. Dann kann daraus natürlich auch einfach eine wahnsinnig spannende Mischung an Startup Factories entstehen, die ein eigenes Netzwerk bilden und so sich natürlich auch gegenseitig befruchten können. Also ich glaube, da liegt viel Potenzial drin, wo es natürlich für uns schön ist, dass auf der anderen Seite gerade so fleißig gearbeitet wird und wir uns dann diese Resultate anschauen dürfen.
Die Frage des spannenden USPs liegt halt nicht nur bei den Startups selbst, sondern eben auch bei denjenigen, die versuchen zu unterstützen, dass es sie gibt und dass sie fortbestehen und sich entwickeln.
Vielleicht, wenn ich da eine Ergänzung noch sagen darf, auch was wir jetzt die letzten 5 Jahre erlebt haben. Es wird ja immer gesagt, okay, die Hochschulen müssen mehr Transfer leisten. Und das ist richtig, so unterschreibe ich ja zu 100%. Was wir aber gemerkt haben, ist, dass es ja keine Einbahnstraße ist. Ne? Also wir müssen verstehen, wie Unternehmertum geht. Der Forscher an sich muss das verstehen, aber genauso müssen die Unternehmen auch verstehen, wie Hochschule geht. Ja? Und nur dann, wenn wir wirklich beide Seiten miteinander wirklich reden, das ist ja das, was ihr auch vorhabt, aber auch wirklich offen sind und nicht nur sagen, okay, Unis müsst oder Hochschulen müsst, nur dann werden wir es richtig schaffen, das erfolgreich umzusetzen, weil man dann halt wirklich auch auf Augenhöhe miteinander redet, Probleme austauscht und versucht auch gemeinsam an diese Probleme, diese Herausforderungen letztendlich zu arbeiten. Das war ein wichtiger Punkt, finden, was ich so gemerkt habe die letzten 5 Jahre. Ja.
Das würde ich auch unterstützen und das ist auch eine Erfahrung, die ich gemacht habe, dass für Unternehmen es manchmal auch gar nicht so leicht ist zu verstehen, was sie jetzt eigentlich davon haben, Teil von so einem Ökosystem zu sein. Und ich vermute, das ist wahrscheinlich auch ein bisschen die Dynamik in den verschiedenen Teams, die man gerade genau hat, dass man versucht, da jetzt zusammenzukommen. Und diese Tradition gibt es eben in Deutschland, vielleicht auch jetzt, wenn man das vergleicht mit irgendwie den Vereinigten Staaten von Amerika, USA, da ist es natürlich viel enger sowieso Private und Unis, die da zusammenkommen. In Deutschland ist es manchmal so ein bisschen die Frage, sehr schnell, wenn ich als Unternehmen irgendwo Geld reingebe, so wo habe ich da einen Mehrwert direkt jetzt für mein Unternehmen? Wo kann ich da direkt mein Produkt irgendwie verbessern? Und das kann man ja auch nachvollziehen. Unternehmen müssen natürlich auch auf ihre eigene Entwicklung schauen. Aber ein bisschen größer gedacht ist es natürlich wichtig, dass man zusammenarbeitet, weil man eben nicht genau weiß, an welcher Stelle dann vielleicht daraus auch Teams und Ideen entstehen, die natürlich für die Unternehmen auch wichtig sind. Dadurch entstehen auch Talente, die Leute werden anders ausgebildet, wenn sie so einen Entrepreneurial Background dann auch bekommen. Und das ist natürlich für die Unternehmen in den verschiedenen Regionen auch von einem hohen Mehrwert. Aber das zu transportieren, was so ein bisschen die Win-Win-Situation daraus ist, das ist auch das Ziel von dem Wettbewerb, weil das nicht überall schon von alleine entstanden ist. Obwohl, das will ich auch sagen, wirklich viele Hochschulen in den letzten Jahren da wahnsinnig viel gemacht haben. Ne? Also es ist jetzt auch nicht so, dass man da jetzt anklopfen muss und sagen muss, hier übrigens, wisst ihr, das ist auch noch da. Aber ich glaube, so dieser Qualitätssprung, den wir jetzt erreichen können, das ist eigentlich das Ziel mit dem Wettbewerb.
Ja, jetzt hast du so ein bisschen darüber gerade gesprochen, dass natürlich auch Incentives gesetzt werden müssen für Unternehmen, für vielleicht auch bestehende Unternehmen, vielleicht schon größere Unternehmen, für so eine Zusammenarbeit. Jetzt ist es aber ja so, ein oft gehörtes Thema, aber Herausforderungen unserer Zeit als Stichwort. Es gibt natürlich viel Wandel, viel Veränderung, das ist schon immer so gewesen, Hypothese. Aber das setzt sich weiter fort und die Herausforderungen verschärfen sich zum Teil. Denkt ihr, dass Startups die große verhoffte Lösung sind, die Innovation, die vorangetrieben wird, um einfach Bezug zu nehmen und vielleicht Herausforderungen unserer Zeit zu lösen oder treffen zu können, auch für Unternehmen in der Zusammenarbeit, für die Startups selbst, für die Gesellschaft? Vielleicht habt ihr da einen Eindruck zu, wie ihr das seht, wie ihr das schildert, wo die Verantwortung bei Startups und auch Startups Unterstützenden liegt.
Also das Spannende ist ja wirklich zu gucken, in welchen Bereichen die Startups jetzt gerade entstehen. Und wir haben ja im Übrigen insgesamt eine positive Dynamik in Deutschland. Wir hatten jetzt ein bisschen so eine Delle durch die doch schwierige Weltlage in den letzten Jahren. Die ersten Zahlen aber in 2024 sind wieder gerade leicht steigend. Insofern sind wir mal optimistisch, dass wir vielleicht da gerade auch so ein bisschen aus dem Tal wieder rauskommen. Und bei diesen Neugründungen, die wir jetzt immer mehr sehen in Deutschland, so suchen die sich von ganz alleine natürlich die Themen, die gerade die drängenden der Gesellschaft sind, weil das sind ja die, für die Leute Lösungen suchen, also auch die, mit denen man gut an einen Markt kommt. Und ohne, dass wir das jetzt politisch vorschreiben müssten, entstehen 1/3 der Startups eigentlich in einem Bereich, wo sie grüne Produkte herstellen. Also wirklich Dekarbonisierung hat natürlich eine Riesenbedeutung. Viel im Energiebereich, viel im neuen Materialienbereich, irgendwie andere Varianten von Plastik. Das sind ganz viele Bereiche, wo gerade viel passiert. Gerade war ich bei einem Startup, die machen irgendwie aus Ananaspflanzen Papier. Und solche Trends sind da gerade extrem verbreitet. Man sieht sie eben auch in den Gründungszahlen. Und das erklärt sich ja auch daraus, dass Startups natürlich sich gründen, um ein aktuelles Problem zu lösen. Das ist in der Regel die Gründungsidee von einem Unternehmen, weil nur dann können sie das ja auch entsprechend erfolgreich an den Markt bringen. Und große Unternehmen haben zum Teil eben die Schwierigkeit, dass sie etwas pfadabhängiger sind. Dort haben sie oft natürlich Produkte, die sie schon lange am Markt haben, die dann vielleicht nur schwieriger angepasst werden können. Und dieses Disruptive, dieses wirklich ganz neue Lösungen für etwas bereitstellen, was wir eben in diesen Zeiten umso mehr brauchen, das kommt eben doch häufig von Startups und auch sowas, weil natürlich digitale Themen, künstliche Intelligenz, jetzt die großen Sprachmodelle, auch in dem Bereich haben wir ja Startups, die sich zum Glück auch in Deutschland und in Europa auf den Weg machen, mit nicht ganz so viel Geld, wie das in den USA der Fall ist. Deswegen natürlich haben die es ein bisschen schwerer. Aber all diese neuen Themen werden natürlich häufig auch von neuen Unternehmen vorangetrieben und deswegen sind sie tatsächlich ganz zentral, um all die Transformationsaufgaben zu lösen, die wir haben, sei es jetzt im Klimabereich, sei es aber zum Beispiel auch im Gesundheitsbereich. Ich meine, mit dem Impfstoff von BioNTech ist ja auch das Beispiel, wie wichtig Startups in dem Bereich sind. Und ich will sagen, zunehmend auch im Sicherheitsbereich natürlich übrigens auch einer der Innovationen durchaus traditionell vorantreibt. In den USA sehen wir das ganz stark und wir sehen in Zeiten der Zeitenwende vielleicht auch, dass das auch in Deutschland nochmal mehr Thema werden wird.
Danke für die Einschätzung.
Ich glaube, was man auch noch sieht, ist, dass eine der Motivationen von Start-Upern ist ja irgendwie, dass man Dinge, die große Herausforderungen jetzt versucht auch wirklich anzugehen und dann wirklich ein Bedürfnis, das anzugehen. Es geht nicht nur um Geld verdienen, sonst irgendwas, sondern wirklich dieses Problem zu lösen. Ja, und mit dieser Motivation reinzugehen, weil Unternehmertum hat Höhen und auch sehr viele Tiefen und so weiter, die wir zwar alle ein bisschen abfedern können durch die ganzen strukturierten Programme, aber trotzdem ist es ja immer noch so. Und wenn ich dann aber mit der Motivation reingehe, ich will wirklich eine riesen Herausforderung, die wir haben, lösen, dann kann ich durch diese Tiefen durchgehen. Ja, wenn ich nur die Motivation habe, möglichst schnell Geld zu verdienen oder wenigstens zu arbeiten oder sonst irgendwas, dann werde ich da schnell demotiviert werden. Und ich glaube, das ist auch noch eine besondere Sache dann auch, wo dann Startups helfen können, weil es eine ganz andere Motivation ist. Das hat der Mittelständler, das Familienunternehmen, das familiengeführte Unternehmen hat das auch. Ja. Bei dem einen oder anderen ist es dann vielleicht weniger der Fall. Und bei Startups ist es schon meistens so der Fall. Und das ist das Schöne daran, dass sie dann helfen können, diese Probleme auch anzugehen und auch wirklich dann auf lange Strecke angehen und nicht irgendwie vorher aufhören.
Vielleicht kann ich da eine Folgefrage anschließen, wo du gerade darüber sprichst, dass Motivation zu gründen sich vielleicht verändern kann und auch mit der Schwere der vermeintlichen Probleme im Wandel ist und im Umbruch ist. Es gibt eine schon immer eigentlich unterrepräsentierte Gruppe im Bereich der Gründer, und auch wenn sie gesellschaftlich gar nicht so unterrepräsentiert ist, und zwar die Gründerinnen ganz spezifisch, also Frauen in Gründung, Frauen, die gründungsinteressiert sind, Women Entrepreneurs. Es gibt viele Terme, die das beschreiben. Jetzt hast du gerade beschrieben, dass es eben unterschiedliche Arten von Motivation gibt. Jetzt ist es so, dass wir statistisch immer wieder feststellen, dass die Motivation von Gründerinnen oft gerade in diesen Bereichen liegt. Es geht oft um Impact-Gründung. Heißt nicht, dass es nicht für Gründer auch so ist, aber die treibenden Kräfte, um sich in das wilde Feld der Gründung zu stürzen, sind bei Frauen oft im Bereich von Impact, Dinge bewegen, technologisch getrieben tatsächlich auch in diesem Bereich. Vielleicht könnt ihr da noch mal eine Einschätzung geben, ob ihr denkt, dass es schon jetzt gute Ansätze gibt oder auch Potenziale im Bereich der Gründung, die ganz spezifisch auf dieses Problem eingehen, nämlich, dass wenig Gründerinnen da sind, obwohl das eigentlich für die Qualität der Gründung und auch die Quantität der Gründung essentiell wäre, sie möglichst schnell mit ins Boot zu holen und zu Gründerinnen zu machen.
Also absolut. Wir dümpeln so ein bisschen bei 20% Gründerinnen rum, mal ein bisschen mehr, manchmal ein bisschen weniger. Auch das Exist-Programm ist manchmal ein bisschen besser bisher, aber nicht wirklich. Und das ist nicht gut, weil da verlieren wir tatsächlich eine ganze Gruppe von wichtigen Gründerinnen, die eben auch zum Teil ein bisschen andere Themen bearbeiten. Nicht nur quasi, dass sie einen hohen Impact-Motivation haben, die ist insgesamt auch relativ hoch, ne? Also durch die Gründer und Gründerinnen hinweg, wenn man die fragt, so wer will was zur Gesellschaft beitragen und hat irgendwelche Nachhaltigkeitsaspekte, da bist du auch bei irgendwie mehr als 3/4 oder 80%. Aber die Frauen nochmal besonders hoch und die gehen halt häufiger auch mal in die sozialen Bereiche, im Pflegebereich oder sowas wie Frauengesundheit. Das sind Themen, die oft halt auch eher von Gründerinnen bespielt werden und von denen haben wir zu wenig. Deswegen haben wir gesagt, wir wollen das gezielt unterstützen und man merkt, dass Frauen häufig dann auch ein Bedürfnis haben, gerade dieses Know-how zu einem frühen Zeitpunkt zu erwerben, was sie quasi für sich sagen, was man braucht zum Gründen. Also wenn man es vergleicht, glaube ich, kann man sagen, wo Männer vielleicht manchmal ein bisschen drauf losmarschieren und sagen, ist mir doch egal, ich kann das schon alles, sind Frauen manchmal so ein bisschen motiviert, was ja auch nicht schlecht sein muss, sondern im Gegenteil irgendwie auch ein hohes Bedürfnis, sich früh eine gewisse Expertise anzueignen in den Dingen, die dann für eine Gründung relevant sind. Deswegen gibt es zum Teil auch Statistiken, das muss man natürlich immer so ein bisschen vorsichtig sehen, dass von Frauen gegründete Unternehmen dafür eher länger halten. Sie gründen seltener, aber dafür nachhaltiger, könnte man sagen. Aber das sind so kleine Unterschiede. Und deswegen haben wir tatsächlich die Exist-Familie erweitert um das Programm Exist Women, das wirklich Frauen in so einer Phase adressiert, das heißt in der Regel bevor sie gegründet haben, wenn sie überlegen, sie könnten sich vorstellen, in einem bestimmten Bereich, der sie interessiert, wo sie eine Forschungsexpertise mitbringen, vielleicht mal eine Unternehmensgründung anzugehen und dann zu sagen, man bringt sie in ein gemeinsames Netzwerk mit anderen Frauen, die gründen wollen, mit potenziellen Investoren, Investorinnen, mit dem Know-how, was man eben braucht, sodass sie dann die Basis haben, um zu sagen, ja, ich will diesen Weg gehen und dann vielleicht auch einfach ins normale Exist-Programm gehen oder eben auf andere Weise ihr Unternehmen erfolgreich gründen. Wir haben jetzt die erste Charge, 1000 Frauen. Wir hatten die beim Exist-Jubiläum alle zusammen auf der Bühne. Das war ein ganz tolles Bild. Und was dadurch eben auch entsteht, ist wirklich ein Netzwerk an Gründerinnen, die sich dann auch gegenseitig unterstützen können. Weil das ist natürlich manchmal auch eine Schwierigkeit, überall, egal in welchem Bereich man ist, wenn man einfach merkt, man ist ein bisschen alleine und trifft häufig dann nur auf männliche Gruppen, wenn man unterwegs ist, irgendwie im Gründungsumfeld, dann kann das manchmal eben auch ein bisschen demotivierend sein. Es ist einfacher, wenn man ein paar andere Gründerinnen an der Seite hat, mit denen man sich auch austauschen kann. Deswegen glaube ich, kann das Exist Women hoffentlich da einen Push für die Zukunft geben. Wir haben gerade erst angefangen, deswegen muss man sehen, wie sich das auswirkt. Und ein zweiter Punkt, den ich immer noch machen wollen würde, ist, dass man auch die Investmentseite anschauen muss. Wenn man sich anguckt, wie viel Geld in von Frauen gegründete Unternehmen fließt, dann ist das einfach wahnsinnig wenig. Es ist nicht nur von der Zahl der Deals wenig, sondern von der Summe ist es noch mal weniger. Wir sind da im einstelligen prozentualen Bereich, wenn man sich anguckt, wie viel Prozent vom VC-Money in von Frauen gegründete Unternehmen reinfließt. Und das muss sich auch ändern. Deswegen schauen wir gerade, dass wir bei all den Fonds, die wir auch öffentlich Einfluss nehmen können, immer Frauen auch mit dabei haben. Zum Beispiel der Deep Tech and Climate Fund, ein relativ neuer Fonds, hat eine Frau und einen Mann als Geschäftsführer. Das ist dann pari-pari. Das ist wichtig. Und wir haben auch ein Instrument, wo wir jetzt sozusagen sogenannte Emerging Manager unterstützen, also Leute, die das erste Mal einen Fonds auflegen wollen und da eben dann auch schauen, dass wir tendenziell dann Leute unterstützen, die nicht so typischerweise sonst schon im Investmentbereich unterwegs sind. Also Frauen, aber vielleicht auch Menschen mit Migrationsgeschichte, die sind auch unterrepräsentiert. Also auch auf der Finanzierungsseite müssen wir gemischter werden, weil am Ende investieren Frauen eben doch auch leichter in Frauen, wenn man es so sieht. Man mag sich es anders wünschen, aber im Endeffekt ist es so. Und deswegen
oder leider andersrum ist es. Oder leider andersrum. Männer investieren mehr in Männer und das ist, glaube ich, fast sogar noch das größere Problem. Ne?
Genau, also das ist Männer in Männer, Frauen in Frauen und so kommt man dann zu dem Ungleichgewicht.
Wir wollen nicht neue Silos, ne?
Und bei dem Exist ist es auch noch so, das normale Exist hat ja auch nochmal, es geht ums Team und da ist ja auch nochmal eine Komponente drin, ist das Team divers aufgestellt, ja oder nein. Also nicht nur das Exist Women, sondern in normalen Exist ist es ja auch noch der Fall.
Und wir haben tatsächlich jetzt auch einen Mutterschutz eingeführt. Das gab es vorher auch nicht. Also als ich angefangen habe jetzt in meiner Aufgabe, war ich ganz erstaunt, dass sich das offensichtlich noch nie jemand darüber Gedanken gemacht hat, wenn ein Baby geboren wird in einem Exist-Projekt. Bisher ist da einfach rein gar nichts passiert. Das heißt, man durfte sich überlegen, ob man jetzt dann direkt vom Tag 1 einfach weitermacht oder sonst die Zeit einfach verloren geht. Und jetzt kann man tatsächlich, wenn ein Baby geboren wird, und zwar egal, ob von einem männlichen oder einem weiblichen Teammitglied quasi das Eltern wird, kann man das Projekt dann verlängern um 3 Monate. Ist jetzt auch nicht die Welt, aber immerhin. So schauen wir auch, dass wir auch ein bisschen diese Familienkomponente da besser abgedeckt kriegen.
Aber Greta, jetzt will ich mal den Ball wieder zurückspielen an dich, weil du bist ja bei uns auch für Women Empowerment Convention zuständig und du bist ja eigentlich für das Thema eigentlich zuständig. Was sind denn die Dinge, vielleicht kannst du kurz sagen, um keine Werbung zu machen, kurz sagen, was wir machen und vielleicht auch, was wir noch machen sollten aus deiner Sicht, aus den Erfahrungen, aus dem Feedback, was du bekommen hast.
Gerne, also total gerne, eben Stolzvertreterin von Access Women bei uns, zusammen mit dem Team, was wir da aufgestellt haben. Wir glauben, dass das eine sehr wichtige Arbeit ist. Wir machen schon sehr, sehr gute Erfahrungen, sind auch sehr froh über den ersten Anlauf dieses Projektes. Womit wir viel arbeiten, so jetzt mal im Blick aus der Praxis, ist mit weiblichen Role Models, sehr, sehr häufig schon gehört. Also Frauen als Role Models sind nach wie vor ein sehr, sehr wichtiges Werkzeug. Das bekommen wir auch immer wieder gespiegelt und gefeedbackt, dass das oft die ausschlaggebende letzte Motivation ist für gründungsinteressierte Frauen, die dazu führt, dass sie sich dann trauen, rausgehen und wirklich an der eigenen Idee arbeiten. Die strukturierten Programme, sowas wie Access Women, wir sind sehr, sehr zuversichtlich, dass das mindestens im Ausmaß wie jetzt fortbesteht, weil wir eben ganz, ganz einfach alle Plätze, die wir da anbieten durften, auch in Kooperation mit der FH Münster gemeinsam, so wie das REACH eben funktioniert, also von 2 Hochschulen gemeinsam ein tolles Programm aufstellen konnten, was dankend angenommen wurde, wo wir sehr, sehr viel gutes Feedback auch nach wie vor bekommen haben. Und ich denke, dass grundsätzlich diese spezifischen Programme sehr, sehr wichtig sind für die ersten Schritte, um erstmal drastisch daran zu arbeiten, dass sich die Quote von Gründerinnen zu Gründern innerhalb von möglichst kurzer Zeit verbessern kann. Perspektivisch ist es aber wichtig, glaube ich, und das versuchen wir in unserer Arbeit ganz spezifisch auch immer wieder zu machen und uns dahingehend zu hinterfragen, dass wir nicht ein neues Silo bauen möchten, in dem nur Frauen und Gründerinnen unter sich an ihren Gründungen arbeiten, sondern und das sehen wir auch eben statistisch aufbereitet an so vielen Stellen. Jeden Tag kommen neue Studien dazu. Je diverser aus allen möglichen Perspektiven Gründungsteams sind, desto qualitativ und quantitativ besser können sie arbeiten, desto erfolgreicher sind sie, desto mehr Mehrwert können sie stiften. Entsprechend wünschen wir uns natürlich Diversität und nicht nur einen neuen Funnel an motivierten, gut arbeitenden und gut unterstützten Gründerinnen, sondern eben das gemeinsame Arbeiten. Und ich glaube, es wird spannend, diesen Transfer gut zu schaffen, dass wir einerseits gesonderte Angebote bieten, die erstmal die bestehenden Nachteile, über die man eigentlich gar nicht mehr diskutieren muss, ausgleichen und gleichzeitig aber das Ganze, was wir dort lernen und erfahren von beiden Gruppen, zusammenführen und dann gemeinsame Angebote schaffen. Das heißt, Angebote, die sehr sensibel damit umgehen, alle an der Stelle zu treffen, an der sie gerade sind und dann gemeinsam Möglichkeiten zu bieten und das auch wirklich konsequent, perspektivisch in all die Programme, die schon da sind, zu überführen und keine neuen Silos zu bilden. Das ist, glaube ich, ein großer Wunsch von unserer Seite und so versuchen wir eben unsere Programme jetzt gerade voranzutreiben. Wir wollen kein neues Silo, wir wollen keinen exklusiven Club, wir wollen gute gemeinsame Arbeit und gute Möglichkeiten für die Teams.
Also erstmal da auch super, dass die Hochschulen so aktiv sind. Wir haben uns ja auch echt gefreut. Man kann sich die Zahl der teilnehmenden Hochschulen immer super merken, weil es sind 111, die mitgemacht haben. Bei
gut.
Und deswegen kommt man eben dann zu den 1000 Frauen jetzt in der ersten Gruppe. Und ich meine, ich kann da total zustimmen. Das Beste wäre natürlich, Access Women macht sich selbst überflüssig. Im Moment ist es das eben leider noch nicht. Und es ist ja immer eine große Debatte, soll man solche spezifischen Programme machen oder nicht. Und ich glaube, solange die Situation so unterschiedlich ist für Frauen und Männer, die gründen, muss man das auch spezifisch adressieren und dazu kommen, dass es ein Stück ausgeglichener wird. Man muss sicherlich nicht, jetzt ist ja nicht immer bei 50-50 genau zu sein, aber es muss irgendwie ein bisschen ähnlicher werden und dann eben am allerbesten, kann ich nur zustimmen, sind natürlich die diversen Teams und dafür brauchen wir aber eben dann auch sowohl die Frauen als auch die Männer, die gründen wollen und dann zusammenkommen.
Ja.
Und aktuell, glaube ich, eben, ist es wichtig, so ein Programm wie Access Women zu haben, um die Frauen da erstmal mehr reinzukommen. Und je mehr Role Models dann auch da sind, dann ziehen die auch wieder weitere und dann kann daraus hoffentlich dann so ein Automatismus entstehen. Aber ich fürchte, noch sind wir da nicht.
Ich glaube auch. Also, falls zur Zustimmung, ich glaube, es darf noch was passieren. Wir freuen uns total über diese ersten Schritte. Wir sind da sehr motiviert bei der Sache und glauben, es ist absolut an der Zeit. Und der Moment wird einfach spannend, wo man dann diejenigen, die sich schon weiterentwickeln konnten, in den besonderen Formaten, dann eben die Möglichkeit haben, das Ganze auch mit zu übernehmen in das ganze Ökosystem, in die ganze Kultur. Ich finde, das ist auf jeden Fall die ferne Idee, das große Ziel. Also von daher sind wir auf jeden Fall zuversichtlich, dass das perspektivisch machbar ist und sind einfach gespannt. Also je mehr Programme sich dahin ausrichten, desto besser, glaube ich. Ja. Ja, also das war jetzt wirklich sehr, sehr schön. Ich weiß nicht, ob es von euch beiden noch was gibt, was ihr hinzufügen möchtet. Vielleicht machen wir noch eine kleine Ausstiegsfrage. Wenn ihr euch ein Programm, eine Maßnahme, eine Möglichkeit backen könntet, um Startups zu unterstützen, in der aktuellen Situation, in der wir in Deutschland in den Startup-Ökosystemen sind, wie würde das aussehen? Was müsste es nächstes Jahr geben? damit ihr das Gefühl habt, okay, jetzt können wir nochmal Schwung auf die Straße bringen, viele unterstützen. Was fehlt vielleicht gerade noch?
Also ich treffe natürlich immer die Startups, die nach Geld suchen. Und ich glaube, das ist nach wie vor eine Herausforderung, die wir haben in Deutschland und Europa. Und das sind oft tolle Startups natürlich und zum Teil dann eben schon Scale-Ups, wie man so schön sagt, die in der nächsten Phase sind, die einfach die neuen Batterien von morgen bauen wollen, die irgendwie die Raketen bauen wollen, die Satelliten ins Weltall bringen, die uns ganz viel über unsere Erde erzählen. Also die wirklich große Sprünge machen wollen und wo wir einen ganz tollen Technologiestand auch in Deutschland haben. Und dann ist es auch für mich manchmal schade zu sehen, wenn es wirklich für die eine Herausforderung ist, einfach das nötige Geld dafür auch einzusammeln, weil wir in Europa, in Deutschland nicht so eine Tradition haben von zum Beispiel auch Pensionsfonds, von großen liquiden Akteuren, die auch mal sagen, sie geben dann mal wirklich die Summe in so ein Unternehmen, dass sie ihre Fabrik tatsächlich aufbauen können und so schnell auch sein können. Das ist ein bisschen vielleicht auch die Klammer zu am Anfang, um mal wieder Erster zu sein, auch in einer Technologie. Ne? Quantencomputer ist zum Beispiel so ein anderes Thema. Wir sind super gut eigentlich in Quantentechnologien aufgestellt, aber jetzt auch den Schritt zu machen, da die Startups so zu unterstützen, die da gerade dran sind in dem Bereich, um wirklich auch mal hier ein relevanter Player in so einem Bereich zu sein. Also das ist die große Herausforderung. Das heißt, was ich mir wünschen würde, und da sind wir auch ein bisschen gerade dran mit der sogenannten WIN-Initiative, ist, dass eben auch die Akteure in Deutschland, die eigentlich das Geld auch haben im Versicherungsbereich, im Rentenbereich, sagen, Wagniskapital, das ist etwas, wo sie mehr machen wollen, wo sie mehr investieren wollen. Und wenn das dann genau in so einen Deep Tech, Climate Tech Bereich reingeht, dann glaube ich, ist das ein richtiger Push für viele der super spannenden Startups, die wir in Deutschland haben. Und ich hoffe sehr, dass wir da einen großen Schritt vorankommen.
Danke für diese Einschätzung, Anna. Thorsten, hast du auch noch was?
Ich würde das natürlich unterschreiben, aber vielleicht sogar noch viel einfacher. Ich mag das nicht, wenn Leute immer sagen, man müsste mal. Ja, sondern was ich viel lieber hätte, ist, wenn die sagen, ich habe mal gemacht oder ich mache jetzt mal. Ne? Und ich glaube, das ist dieses, was wir mit Entrepreneurial Mindset gemeint haben, auch am Anfang, ist, ja, wir brauchen das Geld oder wir brauchen Unterstützungsprogramme. Wir brauchen halt wir brauchen viel mehr Leute, die, und jetzt nicht nur mit Startups, nicht nur die, sondern im Allgemeinen, unserer Gesellschaft generell sagen, nicht immer nur sagen, jemand anders müsste mal machen, sondern ich mache es jetzt mal. Ich übernehme die Verantwortung und ich weiß, ich kann da eventuell hinfallen, ich kann mir wehtun, aber wir leben in einem Land, wo es nicht wehtut, hinzufallen. Und wir haben genügend Unterstützung, um dann wieder aufzustehen und dann das nächste Mal wieder zu machen. Das ist das, was ich mir dazu noch wünsche. Neben dem, die ganzen Unterstützungsprogramme, die wir haben, neben dem Kapital, was wir dann brauchen, um die Dinge groß zu machen. Aber wir brauchen vor allen Dingen Leute, die nicht nur im Startup-Bereich, sondern generell einfach mal machen und nicht nur sagen, jemand müsste mal machen. Das wäre vielleicht zu philosophisch, aber das wäre das, was ich noch dazu.
Das ist schön, ich finde, das ergänzt sich wunderbar, was ihr beide gesagt habt. Ich würde sagen, damit beschließen wir es für heute. Vielen, vielen Dank, dass ihr beide euch die Zeit genommen habt. Wir haben super ausführlich sprechen können. Wir konnten das Geheimnis um Startup Factories lüften. Das war uns ja ein Anliegen, gleich zu Beginn. Aber auch sonst tolle Einblicke. Danke für die ehrlichen und offenen Worte, für den Blick in die Zukunft. Mir hat das auf jeden Fall sehr viel Spaß gemacht. Vielen Dank.
Danke dir.
Danke dir.
Sehr, sehr gerne. Und ich danke auch, wie immer, unseren ZuschauerInnen, die gerade hoffentlich, so wie wir, eintauchen konnten in das spannende Thema rund um die Verantwortung gegenüber unserer Welt, die wir vielleicht durch Startups auch auffangen können und unterstützen können. Und ich danke euch für die Aufmerksamkeit und ich hoffe, dass ihr diese Folge inspiriert verlasst und wir sehen uns beim nächsten Mal. Macht's gut.